First of all, good afternoon, Excellencies, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. We are online today for the panel, which is organized by Ankara University Asia-Pacific Research Center, APAM, and India Center for India-West Asia Dialogue, CIWAD. Our today's topic is India-Türkiye historical and contemporary relations. Well, India is a very important country for us, let me say, for Turkey. We have very actually deep historical and cultural relations, but not only historical or let me say cultural relations. We have trade relations, business relations, security and defense relations also. So really, India and Turkey should be good partners in close future, I think. So this program, this panel is very important, I think. I would like to first of all thank actually Professor Aftab Kamal Pasha from India. Thank you very much, Professor. Thank you very much for your cooperation. I would like to thank all the colleagues, all the speakers. Also, I would like to thank Ms. Hülya Gedik, Chairwoman of DEİK, Turkey India Business Council, and also Mr. Tevfik Dönmez, Board Member of Independent Industrialists and Businessmen Association, MÜSİAD. Really, we appreciate for your supports. Actually, I visited India maybe 10 years ago. It was something like a dream for me. So I'm very happy and I'm very ready to see this dream again, inshallah, hopefully after the COVID. We can, now we are doing this panel online, but hopefully, inshallah, after the COVID, we can do the same panel for this time face-to-face. Also, I would like to thank Mr. Dr. Professor Omar from Yıldırım Beyazıt University, Ankara, for his cooperation. Yes, it's better not to lose time. I would like to give floor Professor Aftab Kamal Pasha for his opening remarks. Thank you very much again. Please, Professor. Ms. Professor, can you please open your voice? Turn on the voice. Okay.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Welcome to the program. Thank you so much, Professor Ali, for your introductory remarks and briefly touching on the historical Indo-Turkish relations which have survived for centuries, and people are looking forward to new ideas, how to consolidate and push forward this ancient historical relation between the people. Governments come and go, but the enduring relationship is the people-to-people contact. How can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, how people record their history in terms of cultural ties, in terms of social relationship, in terms of intellectual part, that remains the foundation for any relationship between people of ancient cultures, civilizations, especially in Asia. What we propose to do in the few hours we have for the program today is look at the Turkish relationship, of course, from a historical perspective. That is very important, for any conversation. The background is very important. Then, of course, the context in which we perceptions of people from Turkey, from India, how they look at the evolving situation. Because we are not, Turkey and India are not alone. We are part of the global system, state system. We live in two different parts of the globe. You are closer to Europe, we are closer to South Asia. So we have the local factors which impact through our neighbors, whether it is European Union for you or the Ukraine issue, which is now impacting, or the Syrian crisis, so on and so forth. So we also have the Indo-Pacific challenges, China, Pakistan, South Asia. So how we learn from each other's experiences and how best to contribute for peace, security, stability, and the ultimate goal of improving the living standards of the people, so that they bring out the best in terms of achievements in different fields, from the academic to economic, political, cultural, so on and so forth. How a conducive atmosphere can be created for people to bring out the best in them and share with countries like Turkey and other civilizations. So that's how the attempt is to peep into the history and see where we are going and what course corrections are needed, how best is some weakness in some part of the relationship, how best it can be diagnosed, how best it can be looked at and strengthened in the coming weeks, months, years, all of these things. So I don't want to go into the details. With this few remarks, I close my comments and welcome Professor Ali Mertan Dundar for today's program.
Thank you very much, Professor, once again. Now the floor is yours, Mr. Tevfik Dönmez. The first section is economic relations, and the moderator will be Mr. Tevfik Dönmez. Please.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Dr. Mertan Dündar. Dear guests, dear representative of Turkish and Indian communities, dear distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the economic relations session of the panel today. And I'd like to introduce welcoming in Indian language, Miri Pyare Bharatiya Mitro ka Ankara or Turkey mein swagat hai. Namaste. Really very happy to be here. Really at this event, valuable, and we are with friends together. And with the support of APAM and Mertan Dündar, really we are very thankful to them. Very briefly, information I'd like to give about our session and our panelists. First of all, I can say we are welcoming very important panelists today. I'd like to announce them for those who don't know our panelists today. So first, Mrs. Hülya Gedik, Chairwoman of Turkey-India Business Council. She will share with us the increase in the trade between two countries. And after her, Dr. Salim Ahmed will come from Amity University, Jaipur. He will also lecture the trade cooperation of two countries and highlight maybe the paradigm change Aftab Kemal Pasha said in the region. And finally, Dr. Altay Atlı, chairman of Atlı Global Company and lecturer of Bosphorus University in Istanbul. He will pay too much attention to Indian economic transformation, big success we can say. So he will highlight here, and the RCP may be the reality of RCP and the reality of India in the RCP in the region. So we will benefit many information from them. I'm really very excited about our panelists. I know they will contribute us too much high to our economic trade relation of India and Turkey today. Today, of course, very frankly to say, we have no much time. Without losing time, to some extent, our time is today. So I would like to the first floor to first speech, Mrs. Hülya Gedik. Mrs. Hülya, we are with you. If you are okay, we are together.
Thank you very much. I'm having a difficulty to showing my presentation. So
Okay.
if Mr. Yalçınkayalı can help me to
Yes,
show my presentation, then I can start. Otherwise, I will apologize to be the second speaker.
Okay.
now,
Thank you. Mr.
Oh,
Yalçın.
okay. But
Okay.
would you please start from the first page and make it full screen?
of course, just a
Thank
minute,
you.
please.
Thank you very much. So in the meantime, in order not to lose time, I would like to introduce myself. That my name is Hülya Gedik. I'm the, very new after Tevfik Bey, chairwoman of Turkey-India Business Council of DEIC. And also, I'm the running of a Gedik Holding, so it's a chair of the board of Gedik Holding, and we have a university. And also, I'm the chair of the board of the trustees of Istanbul Gedik University. I think Yalçın Bey is also having difficulty to running my presentation.
Good afternoon, honorable participants. I am Hülya Gedik, chairwoman of Turkey-India Business Council of DEIC, chair of the board of Gedik Holding,
I think
and
there
chair
is
of the board of
something wrong.
trustees of Istanbul Gedik University. Today, I would like to share with you the presentation entitled How to Enhance Trade Volume
I think
Between
there is
Turkey and India. First of all, it's the
there's a
useful start
confusion.
point to begin with the general outlook of Indian.
Yalçın Bey, is there anything that you can fix it, or shall I continue just by speaking?
This is just a video, so I can share this screen only. So please go on with your own speech, Ms. Hülya Gedik.
Okay, then I can make my speech just by reading.
You can make the full screen from your right hand on the downside.
Yeah, but this is not visual. This is video. So it's better.
It shouldn't be video, actually. There's something wrong. It's
Yeah,
not-
there's something wrong. Maybe the
Hülya.
wrong
Then-
file.
Go
Then
ahead by reading, no problem. Go ahead by reading.
Okay,
And
okay.
Sometimes it happens these accidents, no problem.
Everything can
You are
happen.
spontaneous to go ahead, please.
Okay, then. So you can make the standard screen then. First of all, it's useful to start the point to begin with the general outlook of Indian economy, and then we will proceed with the section, the contours of Turkey-India economic relations. When we look at the general outlook of India, we see that India lying within the boundaries of Indian Ocean and Bay of Bengal is the second most populous country in the world, which according to the latest estimates corresponds to the 18% of the world population, with 1.3 billion people, where 31% belongs to urban population. It is strategic geographical position with large coastline of more than 7,500 kilometers, locates the country at the center of most significant maritime trade routes that meet Africa, Middle East, and East Asia. India has established its independence in 1947. The country has achieved self-sufficiency in terms of food and grains. India is now a net exporter of food. Life expectancy has more than doubled. Literacy rates have 4 times more. Health conditions have improved, and middle class has emerged. The country is known for its fastest growing high technology centers with major information technology and software companies settled in India. India is developing into an open market economy. Economic liberalization, including reduced controls.
Mrs. Julia, yeah, your microphone is now mute. Unmute, please.
Was it mute before or it was?
No. Just now.
Okay, then. Thank you for reminding me. The country has achieved self-sufficiency in terms of food and grains. India is now a net exporter of food. The country is known for its fastest growing high technology centers with major information, technology and software companies settled in India. So GDP growth, when we look at the GDP growth of India, we may say that India is one of the major growing economies in the world, where its GDP has expanded by 2.5 times from 2004 to 2018. Over the past 3 decades, India has been one of the 18 outperforming emerging economies, where since 1992, real GDP growth average 6.8% per annum, and since 2005, more than 270 million people have escaped extreme poverty. The country is expected to be the 3rd largest consumer market by 2030, behind the US and China. So there's a very big progress in India in the last decade. In the fiscal year, second quarter 2002-2022, India's economy grew by 8.4% year over year. The elements contributing to growth mostly derive from global economic recovery and related strong exports, and also domestic private investment. It should also be mentioned that manufacturing and construction sectors have been sustained rebound thanks to the reduced mobility restrictions and pickup demand. According to the results of prominent research center, India needs to create at least 90 billion non-farm jobs to absorb the 60 million new workers who will enter the workforce based on current demographics over the decade 2030. Accordingly, India GDP will need to grow by 8% to 8.5% annually over the same decade. India's trade agreements. India has inked trade agreements with more than 50 countries, manifesting India's engagement in regional and bilateral pacts with an aim of expanding its export markets and boost value-added domestic manufacturing. There is no free trade agreement between Turkey and India. However, Turkey-India trade agreement discussions are on the table since 2000s between two sides, with a view to offset the disadvantages of being outside of mega Rcep pact and deepen economy and trade relations. For free trade agreement is mutually beneficiary between the two countries. On the other hand, India benefits from Turkey's GPC applied by the European Union. Foreign direct investment in India. Starting from 1990s, it might be argued that investment climate in India has improved significantly in line with economic liberalization process. In ease of doing business, India ranks 43rd place according to IMD. Accordingly, the EU countries to be one of the largest sources of foreign direct investments for India. with FID. Since the economic liberalization attempts have begun in 1990s, foreign direct investments has been an important component of Indian economy. And the government's flagship Make in India campaign was launched in 2014. A significant proportion of FDI in India is in the manufacturing and communication and financial services sectors. 6 sectors account for more than 50% for all foreign direct investments. The top 5 countries which invested in India is Singapore, USA, Mauritius, Holland, and Japan. It should be mentioned that India issues its highest FDI inflows of US dollar, 81.9 billion in the financial year 2002-2021. In that computer, software, and hardware sector attracted the largest share with 19% trading, 7% of the telecommunications, and construction with 7%. When we look at Turkey-India trade, the data concerning bilateral trade between Turkey and India reveals that the bilateral trade has increased over the past decades. In that, whereas in 2000, the trade volume merely reached to 429 million US dollars. In 2018, the volume reached its approximately and stood at 8.6 billion US dollars. On the other hand, there exists a trade deficit to the detriment of Turkey. In 2002-2025, despite the pandemic and trade volume between the two countries was US dollar about 5.4 billion. Turkey is the 23rd export destination for India. And with its developing economy, demographic trends, technological advantage, Turkey accords a strategic significance to India. Economic and trade relations between Turkey and India regarding mutual economic agreements in 1973, a bilateral trade agreement between Turkey and agreement has been signed. In 1978, Economic and Technical Cooperation established Turkey-India Joint Economic Cooperation Committee, which we call it GEC. In 1983, Turkey and India inked an agreement for the settling of a joint economic commission. In addition to this, Turkey-India Joint Business Council was founded in 1996 between Foreign Economic Relations Board of Turkey, DEIK, and Indian Chambers of Commerce of Industry, FICCI. The agreement on the avoidance of double taxation in 1996 and the agreement on the mutual assistance in customs matters in 2015 were signed. On 6th of August 2015, State Bank of India and Turkish Akbank entered into a cooperation agreement to support bilateral trade and investments. In 2015, Confederation of Indian Industries signed an MOU with the Union of Chambers and Commodity Exchanges of Turkey, with an aim of promoting bilateral trade and economic cooperation. Also agreed MOU with DEIK in March 2018.
Yes, Mr. Hülya, last 2 minutes, a soft reminder.
Okay, when we look at also the presidents who visited India, so when we see that our President Recep Tayyip Erdogan meet also Mr. Narendra Modi in Antalya, and it was a very productive meeting, and then other meetings follow. But in conclusion, that I would like to add that the relation between the two countries are having a very well situation. But then the Turkish side, also the Indian side, have to meet each other more to make more businesses, because we Turkish people believe that there's a lot of opportunities to explore in India, and India will become a superpower, we believe, in 2030, and so Turkey shouldn't miss this. And Asia-Pacific countries is always more important than the West side countries. That's why we have to focus on India. We shouldn't miss India. The trade relation between Turkey and India should be much more than today. And me, myself, also the other members from our group will try to do this during our mission time, and we will planning to visit India in October this year, and we will try to contact many chambers and many associations to try to increase the business relations between the two countries. Thank you very much for giving me time to explain the Turkish and Indian trade relations.
Okay. Thank you. We are also thankful to you for your time consideration. Really very interesting figures, and you elaborated on your presentation. You are at a very crucial desk. Turkey-India Business Council, very important role you have. So we wish you good luck for these 2 years also.
Thank you.
It was very informative speech. Very thankful to you. And our second speaker, Dr. Salim Ahmed. Dr. Salim Ahmed is our guest speaker from India. So the floor is yours. He has really lots of good research on India and neighboring countries. So especially today, we will learn many things from him. Dr. Salim, floor is yours. We are together with you.
Tawfiq Bey, your voice is muted.
Can you hear me?
Now it's okay.
Okay. Thank you so much, respected Chair, Mr. Donmas. And first of all, good afternoon to all of you. And I would like to extend my gratitude to APAM Asia Pacific Research Center, Center for India West Asia Dialogue, for this wonderful opportunity to present India-Turkey trade relations. And apart from that, I would like to thank you, Dr. Umair, for this invitation. And I would like to introduce before the panel that my teacher, my guru, my mentor, Dr. A.K. Pasha is also there. And this is really, I feel very overwhelmed, very happy that my teacher is also there. And besides distinguished professors from different eminent universities from Turkey as well as India, and my dear friends from Turkey and India. Thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity. As you are aware of that, I'm going to be speaking on India-Turkey trade relations. This is a very good topic, very interesting topic. I read a lot. I have gone through so many articles, research papers. I have visited some government websites, especially Ministry of External Affairs from Turkey, from India. And I would like to tell you that I have taken some data from these government websites. Okay. And my presentation will be divided into, 3-4 themes. First of all, I'll be speaking on India-Turkey relations during the Cold War. And the second thread will be focusing on India-Turkey relations in the post-Cold War era. And the third theme will be speaking relations in the 21st century. Okay. And because without discussing historical background, it would be very difficult to understand, the present scenario, what is going on between India and Turkey. Okay. So I start my presentation with the historical background. As my previous speakers and my teacher, Dr. A.K. Pasha and Mr. Chair also, told that there are historical connections between the two countries. Okay, but the diplomatic relations started in 1948, immediately after the independence of India. But we should also keep in mind that these relations remain mostly adversarial because of their attachment with the two superpowers, namely America as well as
Dr. Salim, Dr. Salim Ahmed.
Yes.
Speak louder, please. A bit speak louder. Yes, much better.
Okay. Okay. During the Cold War, India maintained very close relations with the Soviet Union. On the other hand, Turkey was in the Western camp, a member of the US-led military alliance in Europe as well as in Asia. It was natural that Turkey had closer ties with Pakistan vis-a-vis India, because Turkey was member of NATO, and Pakistan and Turkey both have very good relations at that time. In fact, Turkey was one of the closest allies of Pakistan in the South Asia region since 1948. The nature of India-Turkey relations reflected in their divergent approaches, because one is aligned with America, other is aligned with the Soviet Union. To the key issues such as Turkey strongly supported Pakistan on Kashmir, whereas over Cyprus. So I'm not going into detail because another expert will be speaking on political issues, but we should keep in mind these two countries having different alignments with different superpowers during the Cold War. So it was the major hurdles between the two countries which did not allow to flourish their economic relations, in a bigger way. Now I'll be, focusing on a relation in the post-Cold War era. In the end of the Cold War brought about a change in their policy. As previous speaker spoke about, new economic policy adopted by India in 1991. So it was, very good time for both the countries, presented new challenges as well as opportunities, to develop their economic relations with a sense of pragmatism to their mutual advantages. Because Soviet Union was declined, America was emerged as the champion of liberal democratic values, at that time. So it was, need of the hour to develop these relations, in this perspective. Two most important areas which brought India and Turkey closer were the huge potential for economic and commercial relations and the threat of terrorism. So we should keep in mind these two important, points on which India and Turkey could develop, their relations. The process of economic liberalization, privatization, globalization became a fundamental reality for both the countries. So, dear friends, these were the circumstances which compelled both the countries to come closer and develop their relations. Okay. Now I will discuss, how India, thinks, about Turkey. See, Turkey's geostrategic location made a good economic sense to build bridges with it, because Turkey's geopolitical location is very, very important as far as economic relations are concerned. Turkey's location at the crossroad of Europe and Asia makes it very important for India's economic as well as financial interest. So, dear friends, this geographical location was very, positive, very important for, India's economic as well as trade relations. It could provide access for India to Europe, to Caucasus, to Central Asia, republics, as well as to other countries in terms of trade, commerce, investment, joint ventures, etc. For example, Turkey could be a springboard for Indian export.
I think Salim Ahmed, is everything okay? Yes.
I'm sorry, there was some network problem. So I was saying that, Turkey could be a springboard for Indian exports to Europe, to Central Asia in the fields of textile, engineering, goods, consumer goods, manufacturing products. So this is the perspective about, Turkey from Indian side. Now I will be, discussing from Turkish perspective for India, how Turkey see India as a very good opportunity in terms of
Dr. Salim
economic
Ahmed, you have
cooperation.
5 minutes for your information, for your kind information.
Okay, so India is a very economic player in the globalizing world. India is liberalizing economy, its huge market potential, its scientific and technological advancement, its strategic proximity with China and Russia are facts which Turkey could hardly ignore. It needs to be underlined that it was the need for closer economic cooperation which provided a strong basis for a better political understanding between India. That is why every time, when the bilateral visit, the emphasis has been on how to increase the volume of trade transaction between the two countries, as well as to expand the base of economic cooperation. So these are the background in which we need to understand, how these two countries have a different perspective. Now I'll be speaking on bilateral trade. Bilateral trade was signed in 1973, but the trade growth has been very slow because of their ideological differences. As I told you, the slow growth in the bilateral trade remains an important area of major concern for both the countries. It was a mere $112 million in 1991. I'm just talking about when India adopted this new economic policy, which increased to only $470 million in 2000. But India's economic engagement with Turkey saw new momentum in recent years. When Turkish President Erdogan visited India in April 2017, both the countries decided the bilateral trade target at $10 billion to be achieved by 2020 from $6.4 billion at that time. Okay, so this is the data we can see in the past, but subsequently India-Turkey bilateral trade increased significantly to $7.84 billion in 2018-19 and $8.6 billion in 2019-20. The trade between the two countries was $5.42 billion in 2020-21, despite the COVID-19. Moreover, Turkish Exporters Assembly, PIM, apex body of exporters from Turkey, recently concluded a virtual business mission last year with India to reduce the effects of COVID-19 on export. PIM chairman Ismail Gul stated that Turkey looks forward to stronger partnership with India, which is expected to be fifth largest economy in the world in 2025 and the third largest in the world in 2030. So these are the specific, data we can, see the trade is growing continuously, but the pace of, trade is not as expected as, we are.
Dr. Salim, and we can add 2 minutes more for you. You are our guest speaker. 1 minute, 2 minutes more for you, please.
Okay. I would like to say that because of Kashmir issue, because of Pakistan factor, this India-Turkey trade is not growing. Okay, we need to keep in mind, if we want to, grow the trade between the two countries, we need to keep aside these, political problems. Okay, India is very much cautious, very much concerned about Turkey's, stand on Pakistan. Okay, this is the fundamental problem between the two countries, why trade is not going up to the expectation. Okay, I would like to quote the famous statement of Lord Palmerston. He argued that he was a former British Prime Minister. We have no eternal allies and we have no perpetual enemies. Our interests are eternal and perpetual. It is our duty to follow our interests. Okay, so my conclusion is, there are huge opportunities, for trade, for both the countries. But due to some, political hiccups, maybe on the, Kashmir or Pakistan, or maybe, having very good relation with China or interference in Afghanistan is creating some problem between the two countries, which needs to be addressed. If, Turkish government taken these things into, concern, definitely there are huge opportunities, huge avenues, for flourishing these, trade relations between the two countries. India is, working in space research. India is working in information communication technology, infrastructure development. Turkish companies can come and invest. Indian companies can invest in Turkey also. So there is no problem between the two countries. But this, Kashmir issue and Pakistan is, creating some problem. So I would like to stop here. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Salim Ahmed, for your valuable information. Really very interesting subject. We are also watching and we are also following this subject for years. I think that the right true policy, soft policy between two countries. So now I want thanks to Mr. Fırat Sunal, our Turkish ambassador, is right now in New Delhi. He's also watching us, is joining our panel. I'm very thankful to him for his joining us. Thank you. Salim Ahmed, thank you too much for your contribution and your kind presentation. Thank you. It was really amazing for us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Finally, Dr. Altay Atlı is with us, and he has lots of new dimensions on the economic relations of both countries. And we are with you, Dr. Altay. The floor is yours, please.
Tevfik Bey, thank you very much. And I would like to express my gratitude to APAM and also the Center for India-West Asia Dialogue for having me. And as always, my big thanks go to Professor Mertan Dündar, a colleague and friend, for making everything possible. So thank you very much. Let me share my screen. And there you go. Yeah, I think you can see my screen. So I'll be talking about India's economic transition and like new horizons for Turkish-Indian economic relations. But it sounds a bit assertive, but I'm not going to make big arguments because now, especially because I'm now in front of an audience with, with our Indian colleagues, Indian economists, academists, and also friends like Tevfik Bey, Hülya Hanım, yourselves who are very much experienced and involved in India. So in front of such an audience, I'm not going to be able to make big arguments about India, but let me, modestly share my opinion as someone from Turkey, as a Turkish observer of how India is evolving, where India is headed to economically, of course. So let me share with you a few, ideas that I have as a simple observant, let's say so. Of course, when I say India, the first thing that crosses our mind is the scale. Well, obviously, we're a very large country, large markets. You can see different visualizations of the scale. India has probably surpassed China as the most populous country on the world. And, some of the largest cities in the world are in India as well. So we're talking about a real scale here. But the thing is, we should also note that actually India has always been big. India has always been big, not only population-wise, but India has always been at the center of the global economy. So here's a table I like very much and I make use of from the late economic historian Agnes Madison, who calculated the share of the world regions throughout the history, starting with year 1. The year 1 being the birth of Jesus Christ, from 1 to all the way to 2000 to the 21st century. I'm not going to read all the numbers here, but look at some of them and just focus on India. You will see that in year 1, 2000 years ago, India was like 1/3 of the entire global economy. Yes, then it has lost a bit ground. Well, Western countries have gained ground after the Industrial Revolution of the 19th century. But what we are, looking at as Turkish observers is India, a country that has always been at the center of the global economy. So I think this is very important. So India is not a rising star, or India is not a newly developing country or something. India has always been at the center of the global economy. This is important. But it also needs to be mentioned that India is at the moment, despite its scale, punching a bit below its weight. So, for example, if you look at manufacturing output of the of the various countries, yeah, well, it's not a surprise that China is leading here, and US, Germany, and so on. India has it's 1/10 of China at the moment. Now the thing is, well, if you make a comparison between them, and if you look at the proportions in global manufacturing output, China is around 28-29% of the world, where India is a modest 3%. So this tells me actually there is room for growth, given India's population, India's skilled labor force, India's resources. I think there is ample ground for India to become another global factor of the world. So, and let me share 2 more visualizations here. So here you can see actually there you go, manufacturing value added in terms of percentage of the GDP. At the moment, India is around 14%. So 14% of Indian GDP relates to manufacturing. You can see that it's much larger. I mean, you can compare it with the colors here, the darker colors here. You can see that China and some other Asian countries like Indonesia and so on are leading here. But India is at the moment 14%, which tells me that there is room for growth, room for further progress here. And I'm telling this because I'm also looking at this. And so not only manufacturing output, but increasingly high technology input for this manufacturing output. Here is the percentage of high technology exports within the entire manufactured export portfolio of India. It's rising since over the last 4 to 5 years. Now, the thing is, as an economist, trying to understand Asian economies and trying to compare them, what strikes me most about India is how it differs from the East Asian models. In East Asian models, starting with Japan, then, the so-called Asian tigers like Korea, Taiwan, and so on, then China, of course, itself, they have grown through a similar path, actually. High populations, similar to India, yes, but they invested in manufacturing, started with low value added manufacturing, labor intensive, low value added, simple manufacturing, then climbing up the value added ladder. Japan, China, all of them started with simple things like textiles and so on, then went all the way to microchips and so on. India has been different. So again, let me be honest here. So I'm, in an audience with Indian economists and professors. I'm just sharing my observations as a Turkish individual. So what's striking me here is that India has been different. India has always had a large agricultural sector, providing subsistence for like hundreds of millions of people, especially in the rural parts of the country. But then a strong service sector. We see that like in IT sector, different areas of technology as well, but mainly a large and strong service sector. What was missing in India until recently has been the thing in the middle, a manufacturing sector which can create also employment for the young people in the cities, in the urban areas, and which can also make use of the countries like inexpensive but also skilled labor force, and add all of them and to a manufacturing power, and then turn it to exports to create value and to generate revenues. And I think that missing part is now being built. So this is the way I see it, with the Make in India initiative, which has been running since 2014. So here the whole idea is, supporting manufacturing through manufacturing sector through incentives, through new regulations, favorable regulations, through encouraging both the local manufacturers and foreign investors to make it in India, to produce it in India, to design it, assemble it, and to produce it in India. So I think this is bringing up the missing part to the Indian economy. If you again, as an observer from Turkey, I want to repeat this. One thing that is crossing my mind is, with all these developments done, if India is a bit different than East Asian model, I can see complementarities. But then, of course, the natural question that is crossing my mind is, why India is not in the RCEP, the recent, 15-country regional comprehensive trade agreement comprising of 15 countries of the Asia-Pacific, including like powerhouses like China and Japan and Korea and ASEAN countries as well. So, okay, but there are some calculations. Let me show them to you. And I think one of the most useful and most reliable calculations has come from the American think tank, actually, the Peterson Institute of International Economics, who calculated, who has come up with two different scenarios. And one scenario, trade wars between America and China coming to an end. The second scenario, they continue in the long run. And for each scenario, they calculated the net effect of RCEP with and without India. So we see, for example, in this scenario, if the trade wars come to an end, without India, I mean, with 15 countries are in the RCEP, China will be the biggest winner, followed by Japan. But if India is in, India is by far the largest winner. You can see it from the numbers. And there's not much difference if the trade wars continue in the long run. Just compare RCEP 15 and 16. 16 means India is included. And again, you see if India is not there, China is the main winner, followed by Japan. But if India is included, China is still on the winning side. Japan and Korea are on the losing side, but India by far the biggest winner. So this is something in Turkey, we will be following in Turkey. I'm saying that because RCEP and all these countries matter for us in Turkey. And you can see like our merchandise trade with the countries of RCEP. I have included India as well. But there's one thing in common here with all of these countries, except Singapore, which is of course by nature a different economy. We have a huge trade deficit. Likewise for India. So this is why in Turkey we are discussing about very much about how we should position ourselves in RCEP. There might be like some disadvantages for Turkey because it's outside the RCEP, but how to balance this then, how to make best use of the investment opportunities and so on. Coming to slowly to my conclusion, our previous speakers have said many things about Turkey's trade with India. Well, you can see the trade deficit here as well. So I've tried to visualize it. We have a large and, during the last year, a high, rapidly increasing trade deficit with India. So this is one thing. But as an observer, again, from Turkey, when I look at my country's economic relations with India, I see some priorities here. Well, for sure, a relatively balanced trade. I'm not saying absolutely balanced trade because it's probably very difficult to, get an, exactly, one-to-one balanced trade with India at the moment. But a relative balance by, improving our exports to India as much as possible. This is one pillar of my vision for Turkish-Indian economic relations. But what matters more for me would be, given all the competitive advantage that India has and all the expertise and all the experience that China has in the technology sector, especially in areas like ITC and biotechnologies, I would say it's much more important for Turkey compared with, trying to establish a balance in merchandise trade. What is more important is to create joint value, joint added value in cooperation in technology between Turkish and Indian firms. The third thing will be, focusing on sectors where Turkey has competitive advantage at the international level, and try to create added value in those fields. I can easily think of defense industry. I can easily think of construction industry. Within the principle of joint returns or common benefits. So cooperation in these areas where Turkey has a strong hand can be beneficial for both parties. And the fourth pillar, in my opinion, will be having India as a major component of a larger Asia strategy for Turkey. Well, our Minister of Foreign Affairs has the Asia and New strategy now. So they are working on it, they are improving it. And it has 4 different sub-regions and South Asia is one of them. So it's important to have some, like bridgeheads in those different areas. And India is important for Turkey as itself, but also India is important for Turkey as a major part of its larger Asia vision, of its larger Asia strategy. So we should see India within this perspective as well. And well, taking all of them together, this is how I will see where Turkey's relations with India should, lead to in the coming years. So thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Altay Atlı. Really amazing. It was really amazing. First time we heard many things. One question to you, very short time. Yeah, in the region, you know very well, One Belt Road Initiative, BRI, another by China, another project north from Mumbai to Poland to Europe by India. There are 2 very strong logistic initiatives, and Turkey is at the center. What's your indication how Turkey would just approach to this logistic, separate the one, every country as itself, or how can we benefit from this logistic project? Because Turkey, the target is European market by China or by India. And we are in the middle corridor. So what's your advice? What's your solution? I'd like to ask you this question, very important for us.
Well, thank you. Well, this is an important question. I think this is the question that we need to deal with in the coming years, because of the pandemic and the war in Ukraine, with everything getting so complicated. These are things that we need to think about carefully. Now, a few perspectives here. Now, one thing is, well, look at the map. I mean, the map doesn't change, and Turkey is geographically located between Asia and Europe. I have grown up by being told that Turkey is a bridge. Yes, and this is geography. I mean, this is given. So this is not going to change. So, but the thing is, from our perspective, how we make use of this position, how can we benefit from it? But through, like, joint benefits, like commonly, jointly creating value together with our partners. So it has to be a win-win game, not a zero-sum game. This is what's needed. Now, the thing is, if trains are passing through Turkey, carrying Chinese goods, carrying Indian goods, from through Turkey to European markets, I have some certain doubts because Europe is my major market, okay? And Chinese products and Indian products are obviously competitors. So am I helping the competitors here? Well, of course, why not? So we are trying to create some common value here. But the other thing is, at the moment, if you are talking about railroads, Turkish railroad capacity is limited. So when these China trains are coming from China, obviously, and passing through Turkey, going.
Yes.
Sorry, can you hear me, Tevfik Bey?
Yes, yes, now,
Okay, sorry, okay. Now, I was saying that when Chinese trains are coming, carrying Chinese goods, crossing through Turkey and going to their destinations in Europe, this is not only, bringing our competitor products to the European market through our lanes, but also they are using Turkish railroad capacity. For example, when the Chinese train is going in this direction, a Turkish exporter who is trying to take its products, let's say from Kars to the port of Mersin, has to wait because there's limited railroad capacity. Okay, so then it has to be a balance here. There has to be a win-win situation here. And the way I see it is here, of course, together with China, together with India as well. Okay, as long as it serves like common interests, we can do these projects. We can do this logistics infrastructure projects, but not only with these countries, but also with the others like the global gateway of EU and so on. Because from my perspective, it's very important that these projects help to improve Turkish infrastructure, to have Turkish logistic capacities. If we are going to have more and better railroads within Turkey, I'm fine with the Chinese products and Indian products passing to Europe. If we have, at the moment, 90% of the port capacity in Turkey doesn't have connection with railroads. This is a terrible thing, actually. Like if with common projects, joint projects, if we are going to improve this, I will be very happy if Chinese products and Indian products use these routes and go to Europe. Okay, so there has to be like added value for everybody. As long as it's there, well, of course, nobody's asking me, but I will be very happy if this is the case.
Dr. Altay, very summarized, to be summarized. I think the question is merger and acquisition here. India is in favor of mergers, and China is mostly in favor of maybe some acquisition. So, so Turkey is really a good partner. No, I don't think that India would like to catch all the market of European. They would like to go together with us. So India and China, these two countries, of course, Turkey has some government policies about these countries' logistic project, and we should benefit for each of them. So we should be very ready for this project. And other side, now you know that there is a post-Cold War session period time, and Ukraine and Russia's war. There is now everybody is really looking their all attention to Turkey. And India would like to sell wheat to Turkey. It is 6 million ton wheat we are importing. So they would like to export us, and we are also waiting some easiness in business in India. Some fruits exporting and white poppy seeds, regular white poppy seeds export. So mutual expectations should be covered by these two countries. So it should be the right time to approach together Turkey and India. So we should be very fussy about it. Thank you. Really, I had really learned many things, good dimension from you. And I hope also our speaker also will benefit it. Thank you. And also this year with Mr. Merhan Dündar, with APAM, we had published India study. So I'm really very thankful to him for Ankara University and APAM. Also with Istanbul Commerce University, Mr. Sabri Öz, Dr. Sabri Öz, we published another Belt and Road Initiative book. And so we studied all these things, and we see that really Turkey has a good place. And they can, we can handle all the risks if we are really truly go through the country's policies. So you are very important. So here, every speaker, every panelist is very important. I'm very thankful to Mrs. Hülya Gedik. Stress the place of the increase of trade between two countries. Salim, Dr. Salim really paid attention to trade cooperation between two countries. Altay adlı issued logistic initiative in the region and paradigm change. Now we are waiting. So we are very thankful for these three panelists and distinguished speaker for their kind contribution and time consideration. Also, one more thanks to Professor Kemal Pasha from India, also from Turkey, APAM, Ankara University, Mertan Dündar. I'm really very thankful to you and all listeners, all our friends from India I see here. Now, really, they didn't leave us alone today. Thank you too much. We are coming to the end of the session and closing the chapter. And I will leave the floor, Dr. Yalçın Kayalı. I will be leaving the floor, and I will be listening to his speaker also, very fluent, just very carefully. Floor is yours, Dr. Yalçın Kayalı. Good luck. We are wishing you. Thank you too much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tevfik Dönmez. First of all, thanks a lot for valuable topics which were presented by the panelists of the first session. I would like to pay a special thanks to the moderator, Tevfik Dönmez, MÜSİAD board member. Actually, he used the time economically as a businessman. Thanks a lot for the contributions of the first session again. Now, we are ready for the second session of the panel, named as Bilateral Relations. In this part, we will be listening to three different and precious academics. Firstly, Dr. Omar Anas. Now he is a faculty member of Yıldırım Beyazıt University, Ankara, Turkey, and will present this speech titled India-Türkiye Relations Through the Ottoman Archives. Yes, Dr. Omar Anas, can you hear me? Dr. Omar Anas, can you hear me? I think there is a connection problem now.
I am here.
Yes, okay. Yes, Dr. Omar Anas is here now, and we are looking forward to hearing from you. So the stage is yours. Yes, please.
Sorry, there's some trouble. All right, so thank you. I hope that I am audible completely.
Yes.
And thank you very much, Professor Ali Mertan, Professor and Dr. Yalçın, my good friend. And also I must thank Professor Aftab Kamal Pasha, a professor of many of those who are present here. He has just retired from Jawaharlal Nehru University, and he has taught us. And of course, Turkish politics and Turkish history has been his major area on which we have learned from him a lot. And it is a good opportunity that we are in the company of so learned and experienced people who are going to speak on India-Turkey historical relations. I wish I could have presented a PowerPoint to you, but my research will, of course, be part of the publications which we are going to bring out. I would just like to mention that the reason I have chosen this topic to speak on India-Turkey relations in the context of Ottoman archives is that my personal understanding is that this area has been neglected for some reasons. Of course, one of the main reasons is the language issues, because very few scholars in India and maybe in Turkey also who had the command on Ottoman Turkish, and maybe, of course, in Turkey, there were many people who are working on, who are great experts of Ottoman language, but maybe their key area was not Indian issues. But in India, of course, we are sure that we don't have enough people who had mastered Ottoman language and had gone into or have dug into the Ottoman archives on Indian affairs or Indian subcontinent affairs. I have tried in the last 4 years. I have been trying to understand. First, I have learned the Ottoman script, and I tried to be in the Turkish archive office, the presidential archive system library in Ankara and in Istanbul. And I have tried to collect it as much as possible, the material about Indian affairs, Turkey, India, Ottoman India relations. So based on my own findings, which I have collected from these sources, I should say that we can divide these materials into two parts. First part of these materials are which are preserved as part of Ottoman official archive in the presidential library, in the presidential archive system. And second part of these archives are the popular culture. Popular culture means the media, especially media. And these are the archives which are mostly taken from the late Ottoman period, when the publications of newspapers and gazettes and journals had started. So these are two main things. Within the Ottoman official archives, there are few parts which we can mention. There are many documents which are directly related to diplomatic relations between the Ottomans and the Mughal and the other Indian rulers. Not just, for example, we have been listening that there have been great relations between Ottomans and the Mughal Empire, but there are equally true that these Ottoman India relations had also good relations with the other Muslim rulers, especially in, for example, with the Tipu Sultan, on which Professor Pasha, of course, will enlighten us. Then Nizam Hyderabad, and in Gujarat, in smaller Nawabs, for example, in Rampur, there are many documents, many exchanges between Rampur and the Ottoman Empire. And similarly, there are many documents about from Nawab of Bhopal. And one of the interesting, I should mention here, for example, in case of Bhopal, in 1876, when Turkey was defeated by the Russians in the Crimean War, at that time Turkey had faced great loss, of course, human loss, as well as property and many other things. And this had impacted a lot the Indian Muslims and the Indian rulers, that Turkey has suffered a lot of loss. The reason Indians were so much at pain with this defeat was because Turkey was seen as a country which would defend Indian borders from a possible Russian expansion. If you see, that is a time when Russians are expanding rapidly all over eastern borders, and they are trying to capture Afghanistan, and they are trying to capture parts of China, and they are trying to. They had almost reached to Tibet, and they were trying to have some strongholds in near about Kashmir, for example. So at that time, the British Empire and the Ottoman Empire, they were closely cooperating to keep the Russian Empire away from becoming part of or from approaching the Indian borders. So there are so many debates in British House of Commons, for example, on this Russian invasion or the Russian invasion of India, and how Turkey can play a role. So in these all documents, we can see that Turkey was seen as an ally of India, a country which is going to defend which is going to help India to especially in keeping Russia away from Indian borders. In this context, when we read one of the documents which was sent by the Nawab of Bhopal at that time, Begum Qudsiya Begum, who was, of course, a Nawab, and she was taking care of the affairs, and she had sent around 200,000 British pound on her behalf and on behalf of her family members. So if you see that letter is quite emotional. In that letter, she is speaking that we are pained that the Turkish army had suffered so much loss, and we pray from God that Turkey overcomes these losses, and we are, as part of Friends of the Ottoman Empire, we are sending the following amount of help for the Turkish people and for the children who have become orphan, and for soldiers who are injured, or the family members whose soldiers have died. So this is the letter which is in detail in Arabic language, and then the end of the letter is like signature and name of each family member of Begum Qudsiya, and her the amount which has been paid by them. So the collective amount is around 200,000 British pound at that time, which was sent to Turkey. So this is just one example I have given. And it is in, the letter was sent in 1877, something around this time. I have the copy of, Arabic copy of this letter. And you can imagine that this was the level of relation. And there are so many exchanges between Bhopal and the Ottoman Empire. Similarly, these are the relations which I have just mentioned about at the diplomatic level. Another friend, Saifuddin Kunju, will present some ideas, some of his research of diplomatic relations between the Ottomans and the Muslim kingdom in Kerala. So this is also one of the important aspects of diplomatic relations. Other than diplomatic relations, for example, there are so many archives about India-Turkey Sufi relations. Since 1159 Hijri, we have seen that many Indian Sufis, they wanted to travel to Turkey, and they were so interested in this newly emerging country at that time. So the first Sufi trace, Indian Sufi trace, who had traveled from India and wanted to travel to Turkey, he settled in Sofia, in today's Bulgaria. And there was a Indian Sufi center. In Turkey we call it Indian Tek Hindi Tekkes, Hindi Tekkelar, which means that the Indian in Indian language we call them Takiya. For example, in India there are many places which are known as Takiya because of their significance to Sufi relations. And similarly, there are so many Takiya in Turkey known as Indian Tekkes. So the earliest tekke has been traced and at that time. And from then we have around 50 or maybe 100 documents which reveal that how much frequent relationship was between Indian Sufis and the Turkish Sufis. Someone from India is writing that I am sending my Khalifa or my representative to travel to Mecca and Medina, and he will stay in Baghdad, for example, or in Aleppo of Syria, or will travel via Istanbul. So they are recommending that they should be taken care of. And then the response is coming from Istanbul that the letter of, for example, there is one letter about the sons of Imam Rabbani, and the Prime Minister of Ottoman Empire is writing a letter to the local authorities that the sons and the family members of Imam Rabbani are traveling for Hajj, and they have to stay here. So all expenses have to be taken care by us, and we have to provide them the maximum hospitality for them. And especially what happened that
Dear Dr. Omer Anas, we have just 3 minutes more.
At that time, and some of the family members of Imam Rabbani died in that journey. So another letter came that those who have survived should be taken care of by the Ottoman Empire, and all the expenses of their stay will be taken care of by them. So these are the letters which are still present, and I have accessed these letters. So Sufism makes another major contribution in these archives. Then the famous Khilafat movement started, and then Khilafat movement was basically aiming to protect and support the territorial integrity of the Ottoman Empire, because the British and other colonial powers, they wanted to divide India, the Ottoman Empire. And many Indians, including Hindus and all non-Muslims, said they were so emotional that if they can divide the Ottoman Empire, it means that they can also target India in the same divisive politics. So you can see, for example, there are some lists that who has contributed to the Ottoman Empire during the Khilafat movement. So there are many non-Muslims who had also contributed. One of the major supporter of the Khilafat movement at that time was nobody but the famous politician Raja Mahendra Pratap Singh. He had met the Ottoman authorities first in Berlin, and he coordinated there, and then he came to Istanbul, and he had the audience of the Sultan Rashad, and there he was supported that he would become the president of the first government in exile in Afghanistan. So he traveled very carefully from Istanbul to Kabul, and then the British intelligence was chasing him, and they wanted to capture him in the midway, and the Turkish intelligence, Ottoman intelligence, was protecting them from being captured. And finally, they evaded all kind of intelligence, and they reached Afghanistan, Kabul, and they declared their government in exile. So many documents are about the Khilafat movement. One of the aspects in Khilafat movement in archives, I'm talking about these archives, that even the small people, many people from villages, town areas, and small villages of India, they had also sent a small amount, not too much from today's account, but it shows the level of affiliation, level of emotional attachment for the Ottoman Empire at that time. For example, one of the madrasa in Hamirpur. Hamirpur is, nobody knows in Turkey, of course, today, but one of the letter came from Hamirpur, and this letter is written by hand in Arabic, and they are beginning by praising the Ottoman Sultan, and they are saying that we are sending a very modest amount for your support. There are many letters, and then one of the aspects of these archives, Mr. Firas Sunal is also here, and he has been working on his novel. He knows it very well. So thousands of Turkish soldiers were in Trablus, and they were taken as prisoners by the colonial powers, and hundreds of Indian soldiers were fighting for the British Empire. So many Indian prisoners, they were taken to Turkey, and many Turkish soldiers, they were taken as prisoners in India, and many of them unfortunately died. Many of them died of hunger, died of many diseases. And at that time, many letters were written by these soldiers to their families from India to Turkey, and from Turkey to India. So Indian soldiers were writing to their family members in India, and Turkish soldiers who were kept in Indian cities, they were writing letters to their families in Turkey. So there were many documents which are about these aspects, and they are describing their life in India, or they were talking about their life.
Dear Dr. Anas, please, your time is up. Please, as a conclusion, one more sentence from you. We are listening.
I'm just finishing it in a few minutes. Another, these are many documents. So what I am trying to say is that these documents give a clear picture of Ottoman-India relations. These are some documents. What comes from these archives, these documents, is that the Turkish perspective of India was made largely by historical relations. They knew realities created by colonial powers, especially the colonial design to divide and rule, which happened as a result of India-Pakistan division. Turkey did not expect that this kind of division will happen, and Turkey would have to make a foreign policy which will have to include these kind of bitter realities. So the original perspective of Turkish foreign policy, if you see, we have to find these, we have to include these archival documents and these sentiments into our relationship also. Then the same thing is reflected into many, maybe 300 newspapers which have published many issues about India during the late Ottoman Empire. And for example, in one of my articles which I have published on Rabindranath Tagore, one late Ottoman intellectual, she is writing about Rabindranath Tagore. It is 1921. She is saying Rabindranath Tagore is Pagambar of peace. It is not now, it is written in 2021. And similarly, Rabindranath Tagore was known to Turkish people and Ottoman intellectual much before that also. So about Gandhi, about Rabindranath Tagore, about other Indian leaders, of course, Maulana Abul Kalam Azad and many Indian heroes and freedom fighters. Newspapers in Turkey in Ottoman language, they had published a lot of articles, a lot of material on these issues. They had been closely following the all Indian affairs. So these are some aspects of these archives which are a great source of knowledge and understanding of Turkish perspective of India and Indian relations. So in this paper, I'm trying to put a perspective how precious and how important these knowledge is, and we have to understand them, and we have to build our understanding of Turkey based on these contributions as well. And these are information, these are the discussions which are going to shape our contemporary understanding, and it is going to help the level of respect and love for each other and strengthen the bilateral and overall relation between India and Turkey. So here I will stop, and I must thank all of you and my friends and those who are in the audience. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to listen to your presentation. I know you have so many information about this Ottoman archives, which is about Indian history and relations. But as you know, we have only limited time, but I know you are going to write a full article about it, and it is going to be published after this panel. Now, it is the turn for Professor Ahtaf Kamal Pasha, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. And we are looking forward to hearing you. Yes, please, dear Professor Ahtaf Kamal Pasha, we are listening to you. I think there is a connection problem. Dear Ahtaf Kamal Pasha, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, thank you so much. We are looking forward to you hearing from you. So we are listening to you too carefully. Actually, I can't wait to hear this walk. We are on you.
Okay, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to speak in this seminar. Dr. Umair Anas has given us a brilliant historical background, taking us deep into the archival material available, utilized, and still untapped, and the various phases, twists and turns, ups and downs in the historical aspect. What I am going to do in a few minutes is to focus on the relationship between the ruler, South Indian ruler Tipu Sultan and the Ottoman Sultan. Tipu Sultan is the son of Hyder Ali, who was a commander with the South Indian ruler in the city of Mysore. And he expanded his kingdom to much of South India. But his kingdom and his rulership was not recognized by the neighbors, the Marathas and the ruler of Arcot and Nizam of Hyderabad, mainly because the British saw Tipu Sultan as a rival and a threat to their interest. So what Tipu Sultan did was to reach out to the Ottoman Sultan, Sultan Salim II, and contact him, and he favorably looked at the request of the Mysore ruler, and he recognized him as the sovereign ruler and allowed him to mint coins and use it in the Friday khutbah and military cooperation and commercial relations. So Tipu Sultan, he had some French connection. He had French advisors, military advisors, especially in the military field. He was able to develop missiles because there were at least 4 wars between the British and his father and Tipu Sultan himself. So they had a very difficult time surviving as a ruler, and his connection with the French and more importantly with the Ottoman ruler gave him legitimacy, and he was able to rule effectively for quite some time towards the end of the 19th century, that is up to May 1799. What is significant is earlier, a woman leader, ruler from the state of Kerala also had approached the Ottoman Sultan for a similar tie-up relationship. But she was not able to get the military help, cooperation, which she sought again to contain the Europeans who were spreading in the Arabian Sea in the west coast of India, mainly because of the spice trade and the lucrative textile business, because much of the Indian Ocean trade was in the hands of merchants coming from Istanbul, from Persia, from Basra, from Cairo, and Yemen and Hadramaut. So the Portuguese, the Dutch, the French, and the British began to dominate and control the port cities in the Indian Ocean region. And that is how the Ottoman Sultan also felt that the revenues from the Silk Road and from the trade with East Asia was declining. So there was a triangular relationship between Turkey, Egypt, and the rulers in India, especially Tipu Sultan and the Turkish governors in Gujarat and other places. So this is significant in history as one of the first Asian alliance to regain the power, the trade, commerce, influence in their own territories, which was being encroached upon by the Europeans. Because what the Europeans did was to systematically destroy the ships, the port cities, the trade contacts, and virtually stop the pilgrimage to Hajj and Mecca, Medina, which was also linked to the trade, tremendous trade which Hajj involved. So Tipu Sultan not only wanted to preserve his rulership, his dominion, but also get military help in the sense military advisors so that he can manufacture weapons in his kingdom to defend himself, because the British had, as you know, superior ships and weapons, and also they had built up an alliance with the neighbors of Tipu Sultan, the 3 or 4 which I mentioned. Moreover, the government in Delhi, that is the Mughal Empire, also was under tremendous influence of the British. So Tipu Sultan was fighting a formidable battle within the Indian territories, and the British also engineered or used their influence in Istanbul to prevent any concrete help being given by the Ottoman Sultan to Tipu Sultan. This is a short period of 25 years in which Tipu Sultan was able to bring about substantial administrative reforms, substantial economic reforms, military industries were established, and diplomacy also, because what the Tipu Sultan had sent a big delegation to the Ottoman Sultan in Istanbul, and they conducted diplomacy with many of the representatives, diplomatic representatives from Afghanistan, from Persia, from Oman, from Egypt, and other countries. So diplomatically also Tipu Sultan was very active through his mission in Istanbul, and they learned a great deal how European affairs are conducted, how the European powers and their influence can be contained, so that the regional powers, the local rulers in different parts of the world who are under threat by the European powers, they can defend their dominions, their areas from being encroached upon. Because in the name of trade, these Europeans came to the coastal cities and ports. They established their own huge forts with their flags and areas where they stored the spices, textiles, and other products which were in great demand in Europe. So much of the revenue for the local rulers in India and elsewhere in the Indian Ocean region was virtually contained or reduced by the Europeans, and that is how all these rulers were able to establish international links, international contacts, and the Ottoman Sultan played an important role in boosting the morale, the confidence of Tipu Sultan in Mysore, which is a kingdom known for producing silk, sandalwood, agricultural products, and teak wood, which was valuable for the construction of ships, large ships, which were involved in pilgrimage, Hajj, and also for trade and commerce. So in that way, the role of the Ottoman Sultan boosted the morale of the confidence of the ruler Tipu Sultan, and he was able to bring about far-reaching reforms which are still considered very crucial for the economic development in the state of Karnataka and Bangalore in particular. If Bangalore has become world famous as the hub for computers, software engineers, IT, and known as Silicon Valley, you know, the genesis of this can be traced to the role Tipu Sultan played in developing the infrastructure in much of the South Indian territory. And he learned through his delegation a great deal how to modernize the infrastructure when the delegation visited Istanbul and many parts of the Turkish Empire, from Basra to Jeddah to other parts within the Asia Minor, Anatolia area. So in that way, the diplomatic connections, the political, economic, religious ties also, commercial ties also were important in the second half of the 18th century, which laid the foundation for much closer ties in the subsequent period. Because what the British did was to gradually, once they consolidated their rule in India, they used Indian resources, they used Indian soldiers, ships to move into Oman, in present-day United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Somalia, Sudan. All of these countries which were part of the Ottoman Empire, they were encroached upon once the British established their presence in India, either through war or through subsidiary alliance and simple deceit. So in that way, Tipu Sultan remains an important ruler who saw the policies of the British trying to undermine and enslave India to the colonial practices which they had done elsewhere in Africa and much of Latin America. So this short period of relations between Tipu Sultan and the Ottoman Sultan is an example of how in history there are several instances where we can learn of initiatives taken from either side would prove enduring in terms of building long-term relationship and solidarity between people, which still remains a very important factor in the Mysore area, Bangalore and Karnataka. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for this wonderful presentation, Professor dear Aftaf Kamal Pasha. It's a great honor to hear this detailed information about Tipu Sultan and the Ottoman Empire diplomatic relations. Actually, when I was in India as a visiting professor in Hyderabad Central University, and I had collected some materials about Tipu Sultan for writing some things in Turkish first. So it is too important and speech also an article and a presentation for me. Thanks so much again for your detailed and important presentation. Now, the last speaker of the session, Dr. Bahar İzmir from Ankara University. We will listen to her presentation titled An Overview of Turkey-India Relations in the Discourse of Press. Yes, and dear Dr. Bahar İzmir, now we are ready for listening you, and the stage is yours.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes, no problem. We can hear you well.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Firstly, I would like to express my gratefulness to speak here. I want to thank APAM first, and also Associate Professor Yalçın Kayalı for inviting me here. It's an honor for me, as recently graduated from PhD, so it's an honor really to speak here in front of such distinguished academicians from India and Turkey. And I'm so thankful. I will try to evaluate the course of relations from a historical perspective with the help of press from the years starting with 1923 to 1947. Let me share my presentation here.
Yes, please.
Yeah, I'm trying, but I hope I can, because there's so many newspapers and I would like to share.
I see. As you know, this is a technology.
Yeah.
It can be this kind of problems. Don't worry. And we are waiting.
Yeah, I have to say here, share screen.
Yes, please click it, share screen. Have you ever opened your file before?
Yeah, I have opened, but I can't share here now.
I see.
Just a minute, sorry.
Share screen. You have to click again to your file.
Okay, I got it now.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we can.
Yeah, finally.
Your presentation.
Okay. Yes. I will talk about bilateral relations in the discourse of press. First, actually, I will try to analyze the interactions by presenting examples from both Indian and Turkish press at the same years in parallel with each other. So it's kind of more based on empirical material, but at the end of the examples from press, I will make my inferences. So for Indian viewpoint, I have used newspapers which I got during my research in India. I I stayed in India for a year in JNU. So I mainly got my material from JNU Library, Nehru Memorial Library, and National Archives of India during my research. So actually I have hundreds of newspapers, but I will be able to use only the distinctive ones here to be able to show here. And in parallel, for Turkish perspective, I have used Turkish National Library, National Archives, and the digital newspaper archives. Because this study is based on newspapers of both countries, it's necessary to give some information about the character of press for both for Turkey and India. So during these years, when we look at the Turkish part for the press, there was a new republic had been just founded, and fundamental reforms were being carried out. So for the consolidation of the power was the priority. So for this reason, the press was predominantly reflecting the Kemalist regime. So that's why the arguments of the press at that time can be seen mainly equivalent to the ruling party at that time. And especially after 1925, the press became even more homogeneous for Turkey. For example, Hakimiyet-i Milliye, Ulus, these newspapers were the semi-official newspapers of the regime, and Akşam, Milliyet, Cumhuriyet, and the others were reflecting again in a way or another reflecting the voice of the ruling party. So on the other hand, for the Indian press, there were different character of newspapers, of course, like mostly I have used the nationalist ones, or there were other distinctions such as Muslim Hindu newspapers, or of course there was a colonial power. There were so many English newspapers such as Times of India, Statesman, and the other newspapers which were published in different languages such as English, Urdu, Persian, and the other local languages. And also some newspapers were launched by individuals, for example, Comrade Muhammad Ali. So for Indian part, we can say it was not homogeneous at all. First of all, when we look at the Indian press, like kind of viewpoint of India to Turkey, so I will analyze the reactions by Indian press by categorizing them before the Khilafat, abolition of Khilafat, and after the abolition of Khilafat. So this is my classification. Before 1924, the concerns for Khilafat shaped the Indian press actually towards Turkey. I mean, the protection and the permanence of the Khilafat was on the core center of the relations. There are some examples here. So the Khilafat issue was emphasized, and it was the focus of Indian press. And because it was also normal at that time, especially before 1924, because the Khilafat issue has deep roots which go back to 19th century with the consolidation of British rule in India, starting from 1857 civil revolt and the collapse of Mughal Empire in parallel. So there are so many factors which for the reason of this. So Khilafat was started to be regarded as equal to the political and religious rule of Islam at that time. So Ottoman Khilafat, the ideology of pan-Islam, of course, started to outstand as a kind of a remedy for rising Muslim rule in the world again. So this, we can correlate these concerns for Khilafat with this historical background. From the examples here, I will quickly go through with the abolition of the Khilafat. So it should be clarified the essence of support given to the Turkish independence war before 1924. It was more based on the motivation for Khilafat actually. So and Indian press was entirely reflecting this devoted character to the protection and the continuity of the Khilafat before 1924. The abolition of it, we can say that this abolition of Khilafat was a crossroad for the bilateral relations. And if we look at the reactions to the abolition of Khilafat here, for example, Civil and Military Gazette was saying that it's a great shock to Indian Muslims. It was interpreted as as a breaking away with tradition, because it came as a sudden. So that's why of course, it was normal to have this kind of reactions from Indian press at that time. And but these reactions, actually, we can say, like, as I understand from the material, this didn't last for long. And after some time, these reactions started to change. For example, after 1924, the reforms, modernization steps of Turkey, social transformation in Turkey, and economic reforms, foreign policy of Turkey was started to giving more emphasis in Indian press. And so, for example, if we see, if there were some reactions, of course, comrade, it was normal, comrade here reflecting some anti-imperialist feelings, and for example, Muslim Outlook newspaper was giving an emphasis to women in Turkey. Especially this was underlined in Indian press. Women's position was kind of showed as a role model to the Indian women. So, and another example here, for example, and the Civil and Military Gazette was drawing attention to the emancipation of women, and also it was claimed that Indian women also want reforms like Turkish women. So Turkish example was highlighted in the newspapers. And also in these years, the other interactions proceeded with India, between India and Turkey. For example, the visit of Halide Edip'adı, Turkish intellectual and writer. Hindustan Times was pointing out this visit, and it was really underlined. For example, the reforms of religion and its divorce from politics were justified during this visit. And Halide Edip gave some conferences. She stayed in India for 2 months, starting from January to March. And for example, this is a sentence from her conferences and speech. She affirmed that Pan-Islam as a political and geographical proposition was impossibility. So there were some kind of criticism towards Pan-Islam ideal. So because there was a clear shift to the focus of the relations. So we can say Hilafet was kind of losing its effect in bilateral relations. And Tribune again was showing a picture of Halide Edip, Turkish novelist. And reforms of modern Turkey was underlined, was emphasized. For example, there was a congress, Women Congress in Istanbul, and in Hindustan Times was outlining this conference, and also the headline was what Atatürk has done for Turkey. So if this could be a model for India or not for the modern state. So this was kind of very important. So this was attracting attention in the press. And of course, the leader of modern Turkey was really another emphasis of Indian press. For example, here it's an Urdu newspaper, Revolution and Leadership. Al-Hilal was giving this headline and giving a focus to the leader of modern Turkey. And the death of Turkish leader, of course, it kind of was really important at this time, one of the interactions between two countries. For example, there were so many hartals and protests in so many cities, and Kemal Bey was suggested. So Times of India kind of was drawing attention to this loss of Turkish leader. So it was interpreted as a great loss to Islam and modern Turkey, and not only modern Turkey, also to India and to other Muslim countries. And National Herald was saying father of Turkish people, that so. And Muslim University Gazette was saying in an article, Atatürk rekindled the torch of a nation's freedom. So he became the guide of all Muslims living all parts of the world, not only Turkey. And another interaction between these years was the visit of Turkish journalists in 1943. And there was a great interest to this visit. and there were so many topics discussed. For example, Turkey's help for Hindu-Muslim conflicts, and that time Turkey was kind of Turkey's position in the war was discussed during this visit. And for example, if Turkey will have a peacemaker role in this war, this was asked to these people. And also, of course, admiration for Turkey was expressed, and of course, economic relations was.
Dr. Bahar İzmir, we have only 3 minutes
Really?
more. Yes, please.
Okay, and economic relations, Star of India, outlook of modern Turkey and transformation was important. Hindustan Times and Dawn was giving. I just came to the second part of the translation. So just as a conclusion of the Turkish Indian press towards Turkey, I can conclude that the concerns for the Khilafat was substituted by support for the reforms. So the new look of Turkey started to gain more interest in the Indian press. And when it comes to the Turkish press on India, for example, if we just look at the tone and the terminology of the newspapers, Turkish newspapers on India, it was very distinctive and very meaningful. For example, it was like British rule was classified as a colonial rule, and it was, of course, an unfair rule over India, and kind of, for example, British chain, British bond, these words was used, and unjust manner, unfair treatment, and this and cruel authority. And also, on the other hand, India was just Indian independence movement was justified, and for example, here we see Vakit was showing, like, saying that awakening of Indian women. So it was a kind of supported in Turkish press. And all the states of Indian national movement was supported in Turkish press. For example, roundtable conferences was said, like in Turkish language, kansız ihtilal. So it means non-violent revolution, revolution with no blood. So it was justified and glorified. And just 2-3 minutes I need. And Government of India Act, again, Haber was showing, supporting this act for India. And the leader of national movement, Gandhi, of course, he was glorified. He was described as the greatest leaders of the world and the founding leader of India. And it's very interesting and funny, actually. Here, Vakit was saying that Gandhi is Turkish ancestral roots because he is one of the greatest leaders of the world. He should have some Turkish ancestral rule. Of course, this is an exaggerated kind of. So and support for Indian National Congress and for Gandhi was reflected in the newspapers. Cumhuriyet, for example, here, as you see, Gandhi is giving a speech. And Tan, again, history and of the Congress and its legitimacy was stressed out in the and interactions, diplomatic interactions and economic other interactions was there. And also there was a discussion in Turkish press, is a united India possible? Because as Professor Omar said, of course, also Turkish press was not ready for this partition at that time. So they were kind of understand from material, unified India. Turkish press was saying that unified India is more powerful against Britain. So partition should not be the first option. So priority was the independence of India. So these are my sources. So as a conclusion, just a few minutes more, even after the abolition of the Khilafat, interactions between Turkey and India carried on. So in other words, bilateral relations showed a persistent character no matter what happened during 1923 to 1947. So even after the abolition of the Khilafat, the interactions proceeded with different motivations, which is more shifted to a modern and secular state. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you a lot. Thanks a lot for your presentation, Dr. Bahar İzmir. We listened the last speaker of this session. I know you have so many things to say about the press interactions between India and Turkey, but I know that you are going to write a huge and an article in our publications of this panel. But because of time, we have to cut here, unfortunately. And thanks again, the last speaker of this session, Bahar İzmir. And now it is a wonderful experience for us to host you in the panels of second session, which is called bilateral relations. Now, as you know, I would like to add and comment on these speeches. However, it's impossible due to the limited time here. Because of this reason, now let's move on the third session. And I want to invite the moderator of the third session, Dr. Omar Anas. Yes, the microphone is yours, Dr. Omar Anas. We are listening to you to moderate the third session of International Panel India-Turkey Historical and Contemporary Relations, which is called Security Defense Relations.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. Just give me a second. Yes. So we are in our third important session, and we are going to talk about another aspect of security and defense relations, which are having a huge opportunity and potential, yet much unexplored, untapped. And we have three very good scholars who are going to speak with us. Associate Professor Dr. Wakur Sumer, who is a professor at International Hoja Ahmed Yesavi Turkish Kazakh University and affiliated with Eurasian Research Institute. And we have also with us Assistant Professor Dr. Haluk Karada, who is affiliated with Bashkent University in Ankara, and he's also expertising on India-Turkey military relations. And we have from India, Dr. Javed Zafar, who is also part of Center for India-West Asia Dialogue, and he's expert of India's defense and security affairs, and especially he's expert of Central Asian affairs. So without further ado, I would like to open the floor by inviting Associate Professor Dr. Wakur Sumer to start your presentation, and we believe that we are going to have a very wonderful session with these three distinguished panel members. So over to you, Dr. Wakur.
Thank you so much, Chairman. Thank you so much for this kind introduction, and I would like to convey my warm greetings from snowy Almaty, Kazakhstan. Today we have a kind of a storm, so my internet connection can be unstable at times, so sorry in advance for this. And I would like to thank APAM, of course, and its director, Professor Dr. Ali Mertan Dündar, for his kind invitation to this wonderful panel. And I would like to say hello to all the participants of this great panel, actually. And I would like to talk a little bit about the economic security between Turkey, Central Asia, and India, and thinking Central Asia as a bridge between Turkey and India. So I would argue that if we utilize some of the organizations that have been already founded between Turkey and Central Asia, with some other members as well, we can advance our relations to a further level. So relations between India and Central Asia date back to early history and are getting intensified in the last 3 decades, starting from the independence of Central Asian republics. India has experienced historical and civilizational linkages with Central Asia through the Silk Route from 3rd century BC to 15th century AD, when the sea route from Europe to India was discovered. The Silk Route connected the two regions not only for transportation of goods like silk, textiles, spices, etc., but also served as an effective channel for exchange of thoughts, ideas, religion, and philosophy. Buddhism also spread through this route from India to Central Asia and from there to West China in the contemporary Uyghur Xinjiang region. And in medieval times, Babur came from Fergana Valley after losing his kingdom to try his chance in India and laid the foundations of the great Mughal Empire. And from the security perspective in contemporary times, Central Asia and India are connected tightly with a set of values and ideas and interests as well. These include secular values and common threats such as the religious fundamentalism, ethnic chauvinism, terrorism, narcotics-funded violence, as well as crime. Thus, shared security interests have been one of the greatest driving forces behind especially India's engagement with the Central Asia. And first, for India, these threats were embodied in the civil war in Tajikistan between 1992 and 1997. And starting from those events, we have witnessed the region's importance have been on the rise, especially with regard to the recent Taliban takeover in Afghanistan. However, the problematic topography and uneasy borders with Pakistan restricts the connectivity between India and Central Asia to some extent, unlike Russia and China, which has somewhat much more transmissible borders. So India approached Iran as a way of bypassing the problem of this geographical limitation. Recently, India's growing interest in the region was crystallized in the form of its Connect Central Asia policy. This policy was initiated in Bishkek in 2012, and the policy included a focus on strategic and security cooperation, including close consultations on Afghanistan, energy and other natural resources, as well as connectivity. For the first 3 years, there was limited progress in this Connect Central Asia policy. But when Prime Minister Modi became the first Indian head of state to visit all 5 Central Asian republics in July 2015, this Connect Central Asia policy became to the forefront again. And since then, there has been significant progress in cooperation, particularly in the fields of defense, energy, and connectivity. And this new focus on the region can also be somewhat attributed to the changing geopolitics of the region, particularly the formation of China's Belt and Road Initiative in 2013, and also external security threats to the region. And some of these security related challenges in Central Asia can spill over to India from the perspective of India. And especially the increasing Islamic radicalization has become a major security concern for not only India, but also for almost all Central Asian republics. And following the start of Syria's civil war and the rise of the Islamic State, estimates suggested that several thousands of Central Asian citizens from different republics, ranging from 2,000 to 5,000 almost, migrated to join this terrorist group. And the migrants also include children and families. And as the Islamic State, or ISIS as we call it, began losing its power in the Middle East, some concerns emerged about the return of foreign fighters to their home states, as well as responsibilities of those home states, receiving states, toward them and their families. At the bilateral level, India has enhanced its institutional basis for its defense cooperation with the region as well. And during the President Modi's visit to Central Asia in 2015, India signed some memoranda of understanding, several, with Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and Turkmenistan. And in January 2022, just 2 months ago, we have a summit which was attended by leaders of Central Asian republics and India. And this summit foresees an ambitious roadmap and a concrete action plan towards further enhancing so-called strategic partnership among these countries. It was decided to establish during this summit an India Central Asia Center in New Delhi to function as a secretariat for the India Central Asia Summit biannually. This is of course, a significant decision towards institutionalization. Also, the proposal to create an India Central Asia Parliamentary Forum to enable robust deliberations between the legislatures of these countries was also proposed and accepted, adopted as well. On the other hand, when we turn towards Turkey, Turkey has also great relations with countries of Central Asia as well. Turkey had been the first country which recognized Central Asian countries back in 1991. Since then, Turkey is connected to Central Asia through a dense network of organizations and processes ranging from economics to trade, from culture to education. The most notable one of these is the umbrella organization, which is called the Organization of Turkic States. The activities of this organization are also supported by its related and affiliated organizations, such as the Parliamentary Assembly of Turkic-speaking countries, abbreviated as TÜRKPA, the International Organization of Turkic Culture, abbreviated as TÜRKSOY, the International Turkic Academy, the Turkic Culture and Heritage Foundation, the Turkic Business Council, the Turkic University Union, and the Turkic Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Apart from this, a relatively less studied but very important organization, which both Turkey and Central Asian republics are party to, is called the Economic Cooperation Organization, which is abbreviated as ECO. And I would argue ECO could be a very good venue and a very appropriate platform where a bridge between Turkey, Central Asia, and India can be established. This ECO organization was founded in 1985. Its headquarters is located in Tehran, Iran, and its Secretary General is currently Husrev Naziri from Tajikistan. And member states include Turkey, Iran, Pakistan, Afghanistan, Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyz Republic, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, and Turkmenistan. When we look to the objectives of this organization, we see that it aims to contribute to the development of member states, removal of trade barriers within the region, and developing intra-regional trade and promoting the eco-region's integration with global markets and strengthening cultural and historical ties among its member states. So the organizational structure involves several elements. One is the summit, of course. It is held normally in every 2 years. The Council of Ministers, this is the highest decision-making body of ECO, and the Council convenes once a year at the level of Ministers of Foreign Affairs. This is very important. The Ministers of Foreign Affairs are the main people at charge. The Regional Planning Council and the Council of Permanent Representatives and the Secretariat are other significant institutions within this organization. And when we look at the relations with this organization, between Turkey and this organization, Turkey is one of the 3 founding members of ECO, along with Iran and Pakistan. The ECO is also an important platform bringing Turkey together with Central Asian republics and as well as the South Asian countries. The competent Turkish institutions actively participate in the work of the organization in their respective areas. And Turkey also hosts various meetings of ECHO. And one of the recent of such activities was the ECHO chairmanship during 2019 and 2021. So to conclude, Central Asia has deep relations with both India and Turkey. And Central Asia can play a role of a bridge, making and enabling India-Turkey relations to become deeper as well. I strongly believe that with its neutral stance in international state of affairs and its focus on joint economic aspirations of all countries involved in this organization, the Economic Cooperation Organization has a great potential for contributing to this end. And India, I personally advocate that, might consider becoming a member to this organization. Hence, Central Asia can become a region of connection. So connectivity is at the center of both India-Central Asia relations as well as in ECHO agenda. So as it had been in the past between two great countries of Asia, namely Turkey and India, Central Asia can become once again a region of connection. And in an era when the Eurasian security architecture has been rewritten under fundamental transformations, such as we have seen in the recent Ukraine-Russia hostility between Ukraine and Russia, not only our country's official leaderships, but also the role of academia in the form of an epistemic community have to play a more active role for making this potential a reality. So this was the end of my presentation. I have within the time limits I considered. So I want to thank once again for this great opportunity.
Thank you very much. It was a quite insightful presentation, which has given another view that why India-Turkey relations are also important in bringing a regional security in entire Central Asia and building a region of peace and cooperation with security from the Anatolian continent to the Indian continent. So it means that this aspect is a shared aspect for India and Turkey, and that's where Central Asian relations are also matter. They also matter for these two countries very much. So thank you very much, Professor Wakur Sumer. And let us go to our next panelist, Assistant Professor Dr. Haluk Karada from Bashkent University, who is also going to speak on Turkey and India military cooperation opportunities and challenges. Of course, this is going to be one of the most interesting topics, as we have established narratives that India and Turkey, they are located into completely opposite camps, so there is no chance of cooperation. But I think that our learned speaker is going to bring out some of the opportunities where India and Turkey had previously cooperated and had been in discussion, and there are so much scope where these two countries have to work out to find common ways. So it is going to be an extremely important discussion from you. So over to you, Dr. Haluk Karada.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Just I would like to present something. If you, can I share? Yes, I can. Thank you. Just with a few minutes, I would like to share my presentation here. Just a second. Yes. Okay. Thank you so much. Again, Mr. Chairman. First, I will have special thanks to APAM and especially Professor Dr. Ali Mertan Dündar for organizing such a wonderful panel with the respected speakers from both sides. And before starting to my talk, I would like to mention here that I haven't visited India yet, but I found the opportunity to work with the Indians in the United Nations mission at UNIFIL in Lebanon. So this event is going to be wonderful for me to speak in front of these very valuable guests and speakers. India-Turkey military relations is nearly a century old. Previous speakers expressed the historical background of relations in detail. So I just would like to say that the financial support of Indians during the independence war of Turkey in the 1920s is still one of the most recalled one in Turkish memory. Since the establishment of diplomatic relations between India and Turkey in 1948, political and bilateral relations have been usually characterized by warmth and cordiality. However, now a new definition of bilateral and global military political cooperation is needed both at regional and international levels between Turkey and India. So, on terrorism and security issues, the post-9/11 era marked the beginning of a changing security environment for Turkey and India specifically, and for the world in general. An important area of political cooperation between Ankara and New Delhi is ensuring political stability in Afghanistan. India has participated in all the meetings organized by Turkey as part of the Istanbul process for Afghanistan, including the Istanbul Summit for Friendship and Cooperation in the Heart of Asia, and consultations on the draft implementation plan concept for the counter-terrorism. The Heart of Asia Istanbul process is an initiative of the Republic of Afghanistan and the Republic of Turkey, which was officially launched at a conference hosted by Turkey in Istanbul on November 2011. Since then, Afghanistan, supported by 14 participating countries of the Heart of Asia region and 16 supporting countries beyond the region, as well as 12 regional and international organizations, is leading and coordinating this process. It is a platform for promoting regional security, economic and political cooperation centered on Afghanistan through dialogue and a set of confidence-building measures. Despite some positive developments at the political level, there have also been some tensions. A general picture indicates that, as you mentioned, Mr. Chairman, Turkey has looked at India through the prism of Pakistan. Pakistan, as the closest ally of Turkey in the region, may bring advantages, but may also jeopardize its newly emerging relations with countries in Asia like India. On the other side, India sometimes announces opposite views against Turkish political moves. For instance, in 2019, during the operations towards Syria, India said it was deeply concerned over the unilateral military offensive by Turkey in the region and asserted that the action can undermine stability in the region as well as the fight against terrorism. However hard it is, let me change my slide, by the way, I'm trying to, okay. However hard it is, collaboration of two countries are important for the global security. And there are several military cooperation instruments in defense sector, as you may see on the screen. The first one is the mutual visits of military personnel, which is making the personnel knowing each other, military exercises, military courses, and also operations, and arms defense equipment sales agreements. The military visits of Army, Navy personnel, and also commanders. In 2002, when the new Turkish government came into power, it prioritizing to the political decision over stagnant military strategy. The new government compelled defense establishment to get closer with India by encouraging visits at various levels. Turkey-India military dialogue is also at the beginning stage. Turkish part realization on the importance of joint military exercise with India shall enhance war combat capability against terrorists and other unlawful groups. But even at this stage, both sides had failed to draw a time frame for the visits of the heads of defense forces. However, in May 2012, Indian Defense College officers visited Turkey and interacted with Turkish military personnel. The commander of the Turkish Navy, Admiral Emin Murat Bilgel, visited India in November 2012. During the visit, the Admiral visited Delhi, Agra, and Mumbai, where he interacted with senior Indian defense officials. Lately, personnel from Indian Navy participated to the Maritime Situational Awareness course organized by Maritime Security Center of Excellence in Turkey in 2012. India-Turkey exercises, courses, or operations. Indian Navy and Turkish Navy implemented passage exercises called PESEX in July 2011. The scope of this exercise included over-the-horizon targeting exercise, visual signaling exercise, maneuvers by officers of the watch, and etc. A coordination visit was undertaken by officers from the Turkish Navy during September 2012 to Delhi and Mumbai for streamlining the proposed protocol by Turkish naval ship at Mumbai in January 2013. As part of exchanges in defense adventure activities, the Turkish Navy participated in the Admiral's Cup sailing regatta 27 November and December in 2012 at Indian Naval Academy, Eshimala, Kerala. Indian and Turkish officers are also working harmoniously together in UN peacekeeping missions, such as UNIFIL missions in Lebanon. Arms defense equipment sales agreements. The construction of 5 fleet support ships, which is known as FSVs, which will involve transfer of technology from Turkey's shipyard. Ships to be delivered at a rate of 30 meters long and have a displacement of 45,000 tons, which have the vital role of resupplying warships at sea with spare parts, fuel, food, weapons, and other equipments. FSVs carry fuel and other supplies for warships. In June 2019, Hindustan Shipyard had selected Thais, a consortium of Turkish shipbuilding companies, as its partner for the fleet support ship project. The Turkish consortium was selected over offers from Russian, German, and South Korean companies, basing on the best offer for technology transfer besides lower cost. Unlike other massive projects of this type, which usually witness at least one of the vessels being constructed in the country providing the technology and know-how, the Turkish side has decided to go ahead with transfer of technology from the initial states and back the Make in India initiative by constructing all 5 vessels. The Turkish consortium will provide engineering services, planning and preparation of specifications. Unfortunately, this project is still waiting for the approval of the government of India because of the tension between these 2 countries. India has a history for the cooperation with the Turkish counterparts. As another example, Savronic, a private company which has founded in 1986 to serve for Turkish defense industry, continued to produce and develop its innovative projects in India. Savronic System India Limited company, founded in 2012 in India, has roles for adopting intelligent highway and tunnel control systems in this country. Besides this, Savronic System India is producing various projects about railway systems. The electromechanical works of Atal Tunnel on the Leh-Manali highway was undertaken by a Turkish Indian firm, Savronic, which has track record of infrastructure projects in Turkey and other countries. Savronic India has also been involved on the Jammu-Srinagar railway link, which will have 13 tunnels. As conclusion remarks, I would like to say, during the recent years, the bilateral relations between these 2 countries have become multidimensional. They have increased their focus on military relationship to strengthen the defense sector. The economies of Turkey and India are 2 of the fastest growing economies at international level. And in the forthcoming years, they are expected to be 2 of the top 10 economic powers in the world. Turkey-India joint projects in the defense field will increase common strategies to deal with war on terror and insurgency. Both of the states should work on the prerequisites to be decisive powers, including their militaries in the global system. I would like to thank you so much. I hope I am still in the process of my talk limits. Thank you so much. If you have any questions, it's a pleasure to me to answer them.
Thank you very much, Dr. Haluk. It was a wonderful and educating discussion on India-Turkey defense and military relations and opportunities. And I completely agree with you that we, both sides need to have more discussions and confidence building. And the previous examples which you have mentioned, they are an indicator that there is a way ahead, that both countries can and have the opportunity to cooperate on many issues. So I think that when your complete chapter is going to be part of this book, it is going to create a lot of interest in the circle. So let's go to our final panelist in this panel discussion, Dr. Javed Zafar. Dr. Javed Zafar is a PhD from Jamia Millia Islamia. His expertise is Central Asian geopolitics and geoenergy politics, and he is affiliated with as a visiting scholar of Center for India-West Asia Dialogue. He's based in Delhi, and he's going to speak with us on India-Turkey defense relations opportunities and the same subject. So without further ado, over to you, Mr. Javed Zafar.
Yes. Am I audible? So, thank you, Dr. Romarinus, for giving me this opportunity. I will discuss on India and Turkey security and defense relations. As we know that India is emerging as a global world power with strong economic growth and strong advanced education system and technological development. According to the World Bank, a major experts unexpectedly in coming year, Indian economic growth would be between 9% to 11%, which is one of the fastest in the world. In Indian education system, we can understand that in the major global technological companies, especially Google and Microsoft, there are many Indian CEOs in many multinational companies. It shows that how advanced Indian education system is there. And technological development, especially in the defense technology, especially in the space technology, India is becoming a leader in some advanced technologies. Indian role is also emerging in global regional security order. As we know that India is the part of the Quad in the Pacific Ocean, and at the same time it's the part of the Quad in the Indian Ocean in urban sea with the UAE, Israel, and India with America. In neighbor, India is dealing with Pakistan, which is the very close friend to the Turkey. India is also a different type of trouble relation with China, and India is very much active and in peace in Afghanistan. And Myanmar is, some type of a very unstable country. So we can understand that India is located where the security situation is, is not so much in support of the India. Somewhere he's engaged very actively, or somewhere it is playing his role with peace, and somewhere it's engaging with the clash, like China and Pakistan. Middle East is India is increasing its engagement in Middle East, and Turkey is also very much active in Middle East after the reapproachment policy of President Erdogan. Turkey is becoming more active in Middle East. So both countries would be together in many issues. They will cooperate, and they will also discuss in Middle East also in many issues. In Eurasia, where the Turkey have its upper hand, and India and Turkey can also cooperate in Eurasia, because as we know that the Turkey is emerging a very confident mediator between the Russia and Ukraine also, and other European countries, including and US also giving is a positive note to the Turkish engagement in the Eurasia. The other issue is that terrorism, where the both countries are suffering for a long time. India is also suffering terrorism as a victim, and Turkey is also a victim of the terrorism for a long time. And both countries are cooperating in that, and they can also cooperate in that. So now on the defense, as we know that India is 5th largest army and the military in the world. They have nearly 1.5 million of active soldiers in infantry. And India is 3rd largest spender in military after the China, who basically spent $209 billion US, and US which is the number one in that, $730 billion US. India is basically depending on imported weapon system, but because of that, India is trying to Indianize its defense industry. Since last 10 to 15 years, India is trying to very hard to indigenization of its defense industry. In 2016, basically, they set their target that India would produce 25 billions of the weapon, where they will export $5 billion of weapon to the world up to the 2025. They have basically set the target. And India is basically exporting near the $1 billion of the weapon every year. In 2019, India ranked basically 19th in the last list of top defense exporter in the world by exporting nearly 42 countries. This is the situation of India's domestic. India is also increasing foreign direct investment in its defense sector. Between the 2000-2001, they basically increased from 10 million to the Department of Promotion Industrial Development. They basically increased from $10 million to $2 billion of the FDI in the foreign direct in the defense industries. They are also trying to produce their own weapon system after indigenization. This is the figure we can say that India is trying to produce domestically. It was highest in the 2018 and 2018-19. After the Corona period, the activities are very much slow. But according to the new data, they are going to boost their weapons indigenization. I will discuss later how they are trying to do this. So, but despite their effort to the indigenization and domestic effort to increase the production, India is basically totally dependent on imported weapon. India is, according to the CP report, India is importing nearly 50% of its weapon from different part of the world, especially from Russia and United States. They are the largest supplier to the Indian defense system. And some other players also, the South Korea, Brazil, and South Africa also are emerging player in the India defense supplier. Between 2016 to 20, India basically imported 49% of its import, which is 18%. Russia basically played the 50% of it in import, France 18%, and Israel, which is a very small country, is playing very significant role in India's export to defense in nearly 13%. Israel and France basically increased 175% to 715 points respectively. And India is basically dependent, continue on the Russia, which is since the 2014, and it is the Russia. So we can, through this figure, we can understand in 86% of the Indian equipment basically coming from Russia, different type of the equipment, and it is Navy. Indian Navy is totally dependent. 41% of Indian Navy is dependent on an import, and nearly 66 to 70% of the Indian Air Force's equipment is basically coming from the Russia. So we can understand, and this is the figure that how the different 4 to 5 countries are playing very dominant role in Indian defense sector. Russia is playing very dominant role. US is also increasing activity. Israel, France, only 5 to 6 countries are playing a very dominant role in Indian defense supplier. The problem is India is that we can understand that many times when India required the weapons for its security requirement, many countries or supplier basically denied to provide the weapon to the India, especially near when the China and India was they were in clash in Ladakh. Belgium company basically clearly denied to supply the weapon on emergency requirement. And the same period in 2011 also, when the India was demanding the weapons from German to fight the war against terror, they also said that these weapons can be used against the civilians or that type of that thing, and they basically at that time they denied to the to provide or to supply the weapon to the Turkey. So basically India, as I told you earlier, that because of that India is trying to diversify its import from different countries, and at the same time it's running the indigenization of the program. They tried to 2,500 items to be indigenized, and they basically stopped the an import from outside. And recently in the last year, they provide a list of the 351 military weapons and system and equipment that the country would not import from outside. So there are foreign companies, if you want, through the Make in India's, many people are also discussed on that. So now to come to Turkey, because India is basically depending on the imported weapons, and some 3 to 5 countries are dominating in India's as a weapon supplier. So Turkey is basically emerging as an exporter in the global arena. In 2010, Turkey had only one company in the top 100 global defense companies. Presently, they have 7 companies, more than Israel, Russia, Sweden, and Japan combined. Actually, the Russia it shows that how the Turkey is emerging as a reliable supplier of the weapon at the global level. Turkey arm industry grew from 1 billion to 2002. Now it's nearly more than $11 billion arm industry in the Turkey according to 2020 data. More than 3 billion which were export making in Turkey, which is the 15th largest global defense exporter according to the CIPRI. And according to 2000 data, Turkish defense industry is basically 40th largest exporter in the military equipment. And India is the 40th, as I told you earlier that. So Turkey is emerging as India is basically depending on the import. Turkey is basically emerging as a global exporter in the defense arena. North America, CIS countries, and the Middle East and European Union are biggest importer of the Turkey's arm. According to the chairperson of the Turkey defense industry, Turkey has exported 2028 product to 170 countries. While the India is exporting in 14 countries, Turkey is exporting its weapon to the 170 countries and in last 10 years basically. But the problem is Turkey is that like the India is depending on some supplier, Turkey is supplying its maximum weapon to the Turkmenistan, Saudi Arabia, and Pakistan, which amounted basically to 50% of its weapon. It means that Turkey also need to diversify its export to the different other countries. Just a minute. So Turkey is basically expert in that type of the weapon system. This is the land platform, naval platform, and air platform. Why it is much important? Because I told you earlier that India is basically more than 50% its naval, air, and land platform on the imported system, and it's basically maximum it's from the Russia. If the Turkey can basically provide a reliable and the advanced system of the air and naval, they can cooperate. India is also it has been discussed. I will also talk about how the naval ship is being built here in India, in Turkey. And other than the missile and ammunition, barrel weapons is very much important. And Turkey is very much expert in the barrel weapon. And there is a very famous pistol, which is 70% export to the US. And India also needs a barrel weapon, the special weapon, as they were denied by the Germany and Belgium during the operations in Ladakh and against the terror companies there. Communication and combat support system, informational software.
Dr. Zafar, can you sum up your presentation now?
Yes, yes. So, India and Turkey trade basically is grow 22% up to the $8.6 billion. and totally 328 firms are active in Turkey. And Turkey export to India is totally $1.2 billion, and India is basically $7.28 billion. It's mean that it's in favor that bilateral trade between the India and Turkey is basically hugely in favor of the India. And so only very few activities are, though there are there is a lot of potential between the defense cooperation between the Turkey and India. Only some activities are there, as the ship is Turkey is building a ship, basically the 45-ton fleet support vessel to the India. And recently, a big company of the DCM Shriram Industries, who basically bought some 30% of the share in a Turkish drone. So these are the major cooperation area between where the potential continue cooperation may be there. The naval platform, air platform, small arms, barrel weapons, as I told you that India is required, and the drones, which is the signature industry, weapon industry of the Turkey. In conclusion, we can say that though defense relations between two countries are not deep, only some agreements are there, some MOUs are there, but it's not so deep as the India is engaging with other countries, with France, with Israel, with America, and with Russia. This type of the relation are not there between the Turkey and India, but it have enormous potential to be cooperate in defense production infrastructure. Air and naval and drone and small arm are the potential areas of the cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Javed Zafar, and I must thank all of our panelists who have presented in this discussion. And we have come to we have got this understanding that this area of cooperation has not been much discussed, but there are a lot of potential, as Dr. Wakoor had presented a regional perspective, how the Anatolian to Indian subcontinent security environment is important, and this understanding is important in India-Turkey bilateral relations. Also, Dr. Haluk Karada has also pointed out the ways of cooperation between India and Turkey and the practical cooperation that has already taken place between the two countries, and this shows the possibility that future cooperation is also possible, and there could be many more. And Dr. Javed Zafar has also summarized that what are the market aspects of defense cooperation between the two countries. India and Turkey both have, I should use this word, comparative advantage in defense sector, so that they can cooperate with each other. And I think that this panel has contributed a lot on a subject which was not touched upon much previously. And I believe that when chapters are going to come from these three learned scholars, I think that this is going to be a new contribution. So I thank you, all of you, for your rich contributions for this for this event, and we are expecting for your papers as well. So now we are going to have another session on cultural and historical relations, which is going to be moderated by Professor Dr. Ali Marthan Dundar. So without further ado, I would like to hand over the session to Professor Ali. Professor Ali, over to you, please.
Thank you very much. Yes, as Professor Omar mentioned, now the fourth and the last section, historical and cultural relations. Unfortunately, in our program, Professor Ilyas will be telling us India-Turkey cultural intellectual relations, but unfortunately, he has an official duty. So today, Assistant Professor Dr. Seyfuddin Kuncu from Madras University will be with us now. and his topic is Ottoman-Kurela relations. Yes, Dr. Kunju, the floor is yours, please. But we cannot hear you.
Sir, can you see this?
Yeah, we can see.
Okay. Thank you for everybody, especially Dr. Umair Anas, who invited me to this wonderful program about Ottoman and Kerala relations. Most of you, I think they don't know about the Kerala. Kerala is a southern part of southern state of southern part of India, and in the history, mostly North Indian historians, especially Indian historians, they focus upon the history of North India, Delhi, all of the Kashmir relations, all other Muslim dynasties relation with Ottoman Empire. But here I'm discussing about the southern part of India, especially from Kerala, my own state. We have a huge history, heritage of a bilateral relation, the international relation between Kerala Muslims, especially Kerala Muslims and Ottoman Khilafat. So I will discuss about, I will summarize my presentation about Sufi political trade and diplomatic exchanges in a very simple manner. We Kerala Muslims always respond, to the Islamic movements, and we have throughout the history, Kerala Muslims, we have kept that transnational sensitivities to the Islamic world. So this is how, starting from the 16th century to modern Iraq, we Muslims, especially Kerala Muslims, had been connecting their ideological framework, especially their religious sensitiveness to the Ottoman Khilafat. The first one is, I am mentioning about Arakkal dynasty. Arakkal dynasty is the only one Muslim monarchy that is situated in Kerala. It was established in 1545, and this dynasty, they started to keep their diplomatic political relations and even the trade relations with the Ottoman Empire. But when this Arakkal dynasty has to face the challenges from this colonial army, especially in 1777, Arakkal Sultan Ali Raja, he sent a royal representative to the Sublime Porte, to the Istanbul, to request military alliance against the British army. That was the first time. And after that, after 2 years in 1780, when Arakkal Bibi, the importance of Arakkal dynasty is led by female rulers, not the male rulers. The system of Arakkal dynasty is led by the sultanas, not by sultan. Then this, in 1780, Arakkal Bibi, the Arakkal Sultana, when she was coronated, Sultan Abdul Hamid I sent a royal message praising her and commanded to preserve safety and protection of Islam and Muslims in Kerala. In this letter, the Khalifa Abdul Hamid I, he said that she shall never fail to protect Muslims either by word or deed as far as possible. In the same year, this same Sultana sent 2 letters to the Darbar by requesting that for military alliance against British and Portuguese. And these documents shows that Muslims, especially the Arakkal dynasty, only one Muslim dynasty in Kerala, they kept significant political and diplomatic relations with the Ottoman Caliphate. The second point of my presentation, that is the Sufi relations. Most of the Turkish scholars, they know about Fazl Pasha. We in Kerala, Muslims call them Mampuram Sayyid Fazl Tangal. Tangal is the title for the person who are related to the Sayyid family, the family who related to the Ahlul Bayt. He and his father, Sayyid Alawi Tangal, They were staunch opposition figures against British imperialism in Kerala. They wrote many works, especially Sayyid Alawi. His work, Saiful Battar, was very popular among Kerala Muslims, especially in Malabar region. Malabar means the northern part of Kerala. We have two parts in Kerala state. That one part, the northern part is mostly predominantly situated by Muslims. In southern part, the Muslims were the second largest community. In northern part, Sayyid Alawi Tangal, the father of Sayyid Fazal Pasha, he was a leader of Muslims at that time. And he, Sayyid Fazal Pasha and Sayyid Alawi Pasha, Sayyid Alawi Tangal, they were part of the Ba Alawi Tariqa, that was a sub-branch of Qadiri Tariqa in Kerala. They were coming from Yemeni Hadramaut. So this Hadramaut Sayyid led Muslim community against British imperialism, and at the same time, they were Sufi scholars. They encouraged Muslims to live a Muslim life in Kerala. And you know, as I mentioned before, Mamburam Dangal, he sent a copy of Saiful Battar, which was published in Istanbul, to Kerala Muslims secretly. But the British army confiscated that collection of fatwas of Mamburam Dangal. This book was a collection of 8 questions answered in regarding to the engagement of a Muslim to a non-Muslim ruler. This fatwas encouraged Kerala Muslims to fight against British imperialism. As per the representative from Kerala Muslims, Tangal means the Sayyid continued to fight against, continued to support the concern to the independence from the foreign invasion and freedom from the oppressions. And this Sayyid Fazal Pasha, he was exiled in 1852 to Arabia by the British government in India. Then he proclaimed himself as a ruler on the behalf of Ottoman Caliphate in Zafar. These two, the tribes, you know, Al-Gharas and Al-Qatri, supported him as to being ruler of Zafar. And Sayyid Fazal enjoyed a strong position in Zafar on the behalf of Caliphate. In 1880, he became the main advisor of Sultan Abdul Hamid II, and later he became his minister. Then he, in the Ottoman archives, we can see them that he is mentioned as the Fazal Pasha. And he has very much influence in Sultan policies towards Arab Islamic world and Islam itself. You know, after in 1880, Sultan Abdul Hamid II awarded Sayyid Fazal the rank of Wazir and kept him in Istanbul. That was the story of Sayyid Fazal Pasha. Through the life of Sayyid Mamburam Dangal, or as known as Sayyid Fazal Pasha, we can trace the Sufi connection, especially from Kerala to the Ottoman Empire. He has written many works, especially Tanbih al-Uqala. He quoted 2 traditions about the necessity of obedience to the Caliph, the Khalifa. He says that whoever despises the Sultan is despised by God. Whoever betrays the Sultan is betrayed by God. Through this literature, he was legitimizing, or he was proclaiming his support to the Ottoman Empire, especially Sultan Abdul Hamid II. You know, in 1900, he took his last birth. He was the torching figure to the enlightened pan-Islamic approach of Sultan Abdul Hamid II, along with Jamaluddin Afghani. There are many scholars who mention the history and the life of Sayyid Fazal Pasha, especially in Arabian region and in the later life of the Darbar of Ottoman Khilafah. They are Azmi Ozjan and Tufan Buspiner and Anike Bang. They have elaborated the role of Sayyid Fazal Pasha, and they actually elaborated the Sufi connection to the Ottoman Khilafat too. And another dimension, that is Khilafat movement and the Kerala Muslims. We know why Khilafat movement emerged in Indian subcontinent, because the attacks against Ottoman Empire in the early 19th century, early 20th century, and all over Islamic world, especially in Indian subcontinent, the scholars like Muhammad Ali Jauharan and Shaukat Ali Jauhar, Abul Kalam Azad, and there are many different various Muslim scholars led anti-British activism in Indian subcontinent. This Khilafat movement inspired Kerala Muslims also to fight against British imperialism. So they Muslims, especially Kerala Muslims, they observe it as a religious duty to participate in the freedom struggle, and they, they thought it was their duty to protect Ottoman Empire and preserve the holy places and maintain the stability of Ottoman Empire. There is another example written by the district magistrate from this British imperialism, the C.A. Inns. He reported that Muslim organized Kerala Muslims. He mentioned the Kerala Muslims organized 40 days continuous prayers in 1912 at Perindalmanna. Perindalmanna Mosque means in a Malappuram district. It is part of Malabar region of Kerala for the cause of caliphate in that time. And another example in 1920, April 25, the Khilafat Committee convened. The Khilafat Committee actually got spread across the Malabar region. Within some months, there were about 200 different local committees in Malabar region. The different literature like Tarke Muwalas, the literature of Abul Kalam Azad and different Muslim scholars, they were distributed, translated into the language of Kerala, Malayalam, and distributed into local Khilafat committee and different masjids, mosques. These are the important resolution that were mentioned in that these fatwas. That is, it is unlawful to serve in the British Army, and it is unlawful to join government service, and it is unlawful to pay taxes to the British imperialism. And Muslims should boycott all government-aided institutions. And the last one, every recipient should relinquish all honorary ranks and titles awarded by the governments. These all regulations or resolutions written by the Indian scholars were accepted among Kerala Muslims hugely, and they responded to this very positively. And this was another incident happened in the Khilafat movement. The leaders of Kerala Muslims, his name is Warin Kunnat Kunyamadaji, and another leader was Ali Musliya. These two scholars were a part of Sufi Tariqa, Qadiri Chishti Tariqa, and they were leader of Kerala, especially Malabar Muslims. In the name of Khilafat Committee, Khilafat movement, they have established 6-month-long governance in Malabar region. It was known as Malayala Rajyam. Malayalam is the language of Kerala. Then they added that name and they say Malayala Rajyam, Malayala state, against British imperialism. And these, the leader was Warin Kunnathu Kunyamad Haji, and he and his workers, they used the Turkic caps with a crescent and khaki shirt and full trousers. That was the dress code for these military men under this military leader Warin Kunnathu Kunyamad Haji. They directly connect themselves to the Ottoman Khilafat at that time. And these people, they led special prayers at mosque for the cause or the victory of Ottoman Khilafah. Now another one, that was another incident happened in Kerala. The leaders like Dr. Ansari, he was the national leader of Muslims, and others, they started to collect donations from Muslims. These incidents also influenced Kerala Muslims. These donations were collected by Khilafat Committee, and this incident shows that the sincerity of Kerala Muslims stands to the faith and the institution of Khilafah. And there is a different anecdotes that the women from each and every houses of Muslim community, they started to give their ornaments to these for this collection. That was especially happened when the Khilafah was in battle in the Balkan Wars. And the last point of my presentation, that is the media. Media.
You have 2 minutes more.
Okay, I'm just concluding my session. My last point is about the media, how the media, especially the print media, influenced or helped the Muslims to connect with Ottoman Empire. In northern part of Kerala, they were active in armed struggle with weapon. But in southern part of Kerala, mostly they use individual intellect or publishing papers and journals and magazines to distribute the news and daily to day informations among the Kerala Muslims. Especially, these are some names like Kerala Chandriga, Malabar Islam, Khilafat Patriga, and Muslim, Turki Samacharam, and Muslim Sagari. And these all newspapers and magazines, they highlight the Greek or Turkish war, Balkan wars, and the fight against British imperialism. In 1909, the famous scholar from Kerala Muslim Committee, that is Sanawullah Maktitangal, he initiated Turki Samacharam. That is, just look at the name, Turki Samacharam, and it was an evening newspaper, and he published an article to deal with the socio-religious political reforms of Ottomans and to inform the Kerala Muslims. And another newspaper was Malabar Islam, started by Abdul Hamid Haji, dealt with the Khilafat news. And another news was Salahul Ikhwan. It was a Arabi Malayalam journal. Arabi Malayalam means the Muslims, Kerala Muslims introduced new language. The Arabi is the script, but Malayalam is the speaking way is Malayalam, but the script is Arabi. That is a new language introduced by Muslims. This Salahul Ikhwan was published in this language. And that was the just a summary of my talk. It means from the 16th century and to the early part of the 20th century, Kerala Muslims, especially from the southern part of Kerala, they have kept the connection with Ottoman Empire throughout the century. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is really educating talk. Thank you so much. I would like to mention before to give the floor to Professor Kayalı, the Turkish-Indian relations is not only in the Central Asia, or we don't have connection in Anatolia. We have also some cultural and religious relation on the third country, which is Japan. We established a mosque together in Japan, Kobe. You can see the Kobe mosque here. And this is the community which was, the Turks and the Indians in Kobe. They established the Kobe mosque together in 1935. We have, really deep relations, not only in India, not only in Turkey, but also in the third countries. Thank you so much. Yes, the second, our guest is Associate Professor Dr. Yalçın Kayalı. He is also the Vice Director of Ankara University Asia Pacific Research Center, and he is also a professor at Indiology, right? Indiology in English, I think we say. Yeah. In Turkish, we say Hindology. So his topic is a brief history of Turkey-India relations focused on cultural interactions. Yes, please, Professor.
Yes, thank you very much, Professor Ali Mertan Dündar, the director of the Asia Pacific Research Center. Now I am going to share a screen. So, yes. I will try to make the full screen. Yeah. Okay. Now, at the beginning of the speech, I would like to state that it was very difficult for me to fit such a comprehensive subject in a limited time. Indian civilization has minimum 5,000-year-old history. Like William Jones expressed, the Indian who found a decimal number system, chess, and fables has a culture to be proud of with their enormous literature and political experiences. Invasions lasting 1,000 years long did not demolish this culture, yet all of them became passivized by being obliged to contribute and take from broad culture. India is the country who created Kalidasa for centuries, who is often likened to Shakespeare and Goethe admired. Democratic author Shudraka originated from these lands. Siddhartha Gautama Buddha supporting the idea that obtaining goods is meaningless before Jesus, Yunus Emre and marks, creating the scribble, the principle of dharma that causes admiration with a prominent humanitarian ideal was born in these lands. Now you can see some of works of Kalidasa which were translated by Turkish academics from the originals to Turkish on screen. So we could grasp the ancient Indo culture well. These three Kalidasa's works, Shakuntala was a drum and Malivika Agnimitra is another drum of Kalidasa, and Ritsamhar and Megatuda is the poem of the Kalidasa and translated into Turkish today. Upanishad philosophers who are the pioneers of Buddha and affected the philosophers such as Schopenhauer and Nietzsche with upper human dream grow up in these lands. It was Parameshtin who was first claimed preeminent entity is water before Thales. It was again him who first mentioned about the contracts. Mahidasa lived before Aristotle. Rationalist philosopher Uddalaka Aruni was prior to Parmenides, who is Upanishad philosopher. As it is seen on the PPT, there are few of the works of Upanishads in Turkish as well. There are so many works on Buddha reflecting ancient Indian culture in the Turkish literature, owing to the academicians, as you see in the screen too. Chanakya is a person who lived 100 years before Machiavelli, and his work Arthashastra is an important source written about state government. Medicine and surgery are also very old in India, and they used Ayurvedic knowledge for years, and they are still using it. Arthashastra was translated into Turkish as well. Also, there are so many academic studies and commentaries about Ayurveda in Turkey. Apart from these, most of the medical doctors in Turkey have special interest in Ayurveda, as you've seen on the screen. Greatness of the structure, when we have a look at Indian literature, astonish and leads us to admiration. Rig Veda, written in Vedic Sanskrit, were oldest inscriptions of India. Hymns written for Indra, Soma, Varuna, and other gods not only give information about Aryan's lifestyles and belief styles, but also guide the following times. The oldest script of Indo-European Rig Veda was translated into Turkish in 2018. Philosophy takes shapes and reaches its peak point in Upanishads. Instead of gods, fictions write from natural phenomena of Vedic period, abstract god descriptions are done. For instance, in Isha Upanishad, it said that moves, that does not move, that is far off, that is very near, that is inside all this, and that is also outside all this. The good and the bad is discussed and questioned. The term grace improved. Grace mostly comes into the forefront in Buddhist philosophy. In the Dhammapada, never does hatred cease by hating, but hatred cease by love. This is ancient law, is written in the Dhammapada as well. Epics have a prominent and importance in Indian literature plays. The characters from demons and monkeys are added to the events caused by court, introduce and exile, and the epic turns into a very interesting statues. The author of this unique epic without any quality around the world is regarded as Valmiki Adikavi, and his work is regarded as Adikavya. Many artists produce a lot of works being affected by Ramayana. For instance, undoubtedly Ramcharitmanas by Tulsidas, written in Avadiya accent of Hindi, is one of the most important works in this idea. Of course, the famous epic Ramayana was translated into Turkish by Indologists, and also being able to read the Dhammapada, which is sacred books of the Buddhism, in Turkish can help to understand Indian culture. Shudraka is another important writer like Kalidasa, and his only work, Mrityakatikam, is a premium In the book, Maitreya Charudatta replies, out of poverty and death, I like that, because that causes short-lived pain, while poverty is understanding misery. Literature of tales is very strong in India, namely Indians' cradle of tales. The Indians are inventor of fables. Panchatantra, Hitopadesha, Kathasarisagara, Shukasaptati, Dashara Kumaracharita are some of the most important ones. We can across with their traces in La Fontaine, Boccaccio, Grimm Brothers, Thomas Mann, Shakespeare, and of course Mevlana. Classical Indian dramas, which I mentioned the title, the little clay card, and some of collections of Indian tales can take place among the Turkish academics' vast knowledge of comparative studies. The topic and themes of some tales can help us to clarify and to strengthen historical perceptions in terms of their showing the interactions between areas and societies. For instance, the tales and entreating the love between human being and mermaid can help us about showing the connection between India and Europe. The similarity between the jokes taken place in the Kathasaritsagra and Nasreddin Hoca jokes might be signaling the common cultures. Similarly, Tenali Rama and Bald Boy are among the subjects to be searched. Mysticism of Yunus Emre and mysticism of India are among the subjects we're searching. In conclusion, it is impossible to limit Sanskrit literature to a few verses or a few pages. This presentation cannot be more than torch wandered in the forest of wisdom. I would like to end my speech with a quotation from a book named Hind, written in 1943 by Halih Rıfkı Atay, an early and important Turkish journalist. Atay expresses the Indian had one of the highest level of civilization long before whites calling them black. It is really so. Comparative research is to be done in India. Studies will be conducted to lighten the history of the world and to understanding the human being better. Lastly, as it pointed out many times in the previous speeches, that relations between the Turks and Indians have deep roots in history dating back to the early 11th century. However, in this presentation, I specifically wanted to emphasize that Indian cultural heritage became known in Turkey by the help of the contributions done by academics in Ankara University and Faculty of Letters since 1935, when it was set up with a special order of the founder of Turkish Republic, Mustafa Kemal Atatürk. Yes, thank you very much for listening to me, and thank you so much for your interest.
Yes, Mr. Kayalı, thank you so much. By the way, on the chat, I saw some questions, but I think it was about Kobe Mosque. Actually, this is my book. This is Turkish Traces in Japan. This was published in Russian also, and in Japan this year it will be published. But also we will try to publish it in English also. Maybe you can, if and when I publish it, I can load it on our website, and you can read all the history of Kobe Mosque. Thank you so much, Dr. Kayalı. And now it's time for Dr. Mubashir Ahmed, and he's a research fellow at CIWA AD, and his topic is cultural and intellectual ties between India and Turkey. Yes, Dr. Mohammed Mubashir Anjum.
Thank you, Professor Ali Khan. My name is Muhammad Mubashir Anjum, which was incorrectly written in the program.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, but that's that because that is written there. So my presentation will be kind of a continuance of Professor Yalçın Kayalı, because I have also selected few works from late 19th and 20th century. Actually, 5 to be exact. 5 writers, 5 books of these writers, rather works. So as has been discussed, that there has been always a dialogue or some kind of connection between these two countries, and it has also shown its impact in the literature and cultural writings as well. So for that, the first writer which I have selected is Abdul Haq Hamid Tarhan, which obviously all the Turkish professors must know. I mean, are aware of. He is one of the best poets of Tanzimat period, and when he was called Shair-e-Azam. So he, interestingly, like he wrote this book which is called Duhtare Hindu. Duhtare Hindu, which is, if I think the name is more of Persian origin, which means it can mean Indian girl, and if in Urdu or Hindi, it can be like Hindustan ki beti, Indian girl, a girl of India, girl from India. And he has written this book in this is a play. This is a play which was as used to happen at that time, not exactly written for to be enacted, more of a literary purposes, to be read as a story. So, and this is written, and this is, I think, this as is said in the sources, this was his Abdul Haq Hamid Tarhan's first popular book, like the book which made him popular, like first important work. And it's a as happens in literary works, it's a love story of an English military officer and an Indian girl who can't get married because of the religious differences. And then, I mean, the story goes on in a typical way. But the interesting thing is that Abdul Haq Hamid Tarhan writes it without coming to India. Without, because he was a scholar, he must know from his readings about India, and he was a diplomat. He used, and then interestingly, he comes to India in 1883 as to the Mumbai consulate, and remains here for 2 years. And then once on his way back, his wife passes away, which inspires him to write his famous poem Macbeth, which means the grave. So, and so, I mean, for me, this is interesting that, at a person of that time, he has, as if, he knew, like, it was his destiny to come to India, and he writes a book, a play, a story about an Indian girl. Then coming on to next, I have then there is this Indian name Shibli Nomani. He is a very renowned Islamic scholar, educationist, writer, who was a companion of Sir Syed Ahmed Khan, the educationist. So interestingly, he does a travel to Turkey, India, and Turkey, Egypt, and Syria. And these are the English and Turkish translations which have come. The English translation have come, I think, last year by Professor Gregory Maxwell Bruce, who is a professor of Urdu in University of Berkeley, California. And the Turkish translation had been done by Yusuf Karaju, who was Islamic scholar who has written many books on Islamic scholarship. So in this book, this is what, like, two versions of that travelogue, which is called Safarnama-e Rum o Misr o Sham. So it's like interestingly, if like when one goes through this book, this is like so detailed. Like so detailed information is there in the in this book, that how the social and cultural situation was in Istanbul, especially, and in fact he was sent by Sir Syed Ahmed Khan to especially research about the education system of these countries, like Turkey, Syria, and then Egypt. So in Istanbul, he in the book, he talks about the daily life, and first he talks about the history, and then he mostly remains on the education part of it. And even interestingly, he meets Ghazi Osman Pasha as well, who is like one important figure at that point of time. And there where he is describing his meeting with Ghazi Osman Pasha, it is like so live. And then, but like the interesting thing in this whole event is Shibli Nomani doesn't know Turkish, but he was a professor of Arabic in Aligarh University, Aligarh College then. So, and he roams around, he manages through his friends who are Arabic speaking, and when he meets Turkish people, he like talks to them through the interpreter. And then there are many people who knew Arabic as well. For that matter, Ghazi Osman Pasha, he writes that Ghazi Osman Pasha, because of his outside postings, he knew Arabic, so they could speak in Arabic. So this is like, this book actually, when one goes through this book, what gets amazed by the details of that point, that like life of that point at that point of time in of Istanbul, as if one is there. One can feel that he's inside Istanbul and looking through the eyes of Shibli Nomani. Then we can then I have Sajjad Haider Yildirim. Sajjad Haider Yildirim, like as Turkish professors must have noticed, Yildirim is a Turkish name, a surname, Turkish, which is like Sultan Bayazid Yildirim. He takes it from there. So this is interesting that he takes this pen name from Turkish, his Turkish connections. He was a very promising, brilliant student of Shibli Nomani, because he is in Aligarh. He studied in Aligarh, and he was a brilliant student since the beginning. So in 1897, he meets like he's one of his elders, Haji Ismail Khan. He asks him to teach him English, like Sajjad Haider. He asked Sajjad Haider to teach him English, and in return, Sajjad Haider asked him to teach him Turkish, because he knew, Haji Ismail Khan knew Turkish, because he had been in like in a place where he could he got to know Turkish. So this interaction got Sajjad Haider Yildirim much interested in Turkish literature. And then while he's posting in Iraq in the Turkish embassy, he works as a civil servant. He studies more Turkish language, and then they also get influenced by this, which is one of the important events of in modern Turkish literature, Servet-i Funun magazine. So, and then they even Sajjad Haider and Haji Ismail Khan, they starts a magazine called Marif in Urdu, which publishes the translations of Turkish novels and stories. Even in fact, Sajjad Haider Yildirim himself, this short stories book, Khayalistan, Dream World, as it can be translated, is a short story anthology. And then Zehra is also one of, and yeah, these short stories and novellas are mostly taken from Ahmet Hikmet Muftuoğlu. who is an important name of Servet-i Funun period. So it seems like now I think more research could be done on this, that how, like where does he get, like which sources he gets. So most of in what I have seen is that most of his stories are from Ahmed Hikmet Muftuoğlu's stories and novellas. And also interestingly, if you can see in this Zehra, here in the beginning, in the top, it's written that this is a translation of Turkish novel. So like Sajjad Haider Yildirim also acknowledges that. In fact, interestingly, if you could see here, I have translated it in English. So here there are 3 sections where he is being totally honest about it, and he writes that I have taken them from Turkish and also made some changes. And then there was this essay, there like humorous piece, Mujhe Mere Doston Se Bachao, Save Me From My Friends, which is taken from English literature. And then there are some stories which he says with his modesty that these are just a result of my poor imagination. So in his these storybooks and also novel translations, he acknowledges that he has taken them and also made some correction, some additions or subtractions according to his audience. So this is, and then he also one of the sources says that he had, after his stay in Iraq, he also goes to Istanbul. So my this got me very interested in knowing that, as like we can now know from Shibli Nomani's book, that how he lived, and there are other, so I think other especially his book. But what happened when Sajjad Haider Yildirim also goes, because Shibli Nomani didn't know in Turkish, but Sajjad Haider knew Turkish, and like how which authors or writers he met and he got inspired from, that would be a very interesting topic for further research. So coming on to next is Halide Edip Adivar, which Professor Yalcin Kayla also mentioned her book. That is what I also intend to talk about, is Inside India. Actually, in between,
last 3 minutes.
Oh, okay, sir. Okay, I'll try to be brief. So in between there happens this event of Balkan Wars, where this medical mission with Mukhtar Abbas Ansari goes there to Turkey. That I'll come again to that. So there he meets Halide Edip, and he invites her to India, which she accepts that invitation, and she comes to India, and like her whole this stay has been talked in Inside India in her book, which she published in 1937 in English. And then, as Professor Yalcin Kayla also showed, there is Hulia Ada Khoja, who is I think in Sabancı University. She collected these the Turkish version, which were published in Tan magazine in 1941-42 in like periodically. So she compiled this book in 2014, which is a little different, because Halide Edip wrote according to her, did some changes according to the Turkish audience. Then and also there is another book, Conflict of East and West in Turkey. This book is a compilation of her 8 lectures which she gave in Jamia Millia Islamia, where Mr. Professor Kabiz Muhammad is now teaching, and which is my university as well. I have studied there. So there she comes in on that invitation of Mukhtar Abbas Ansari and gives these 8 lectures, which vary from Turkish women, Turkish culture, war, independence, like a very interesting topics. So 8 topics. And then, like my last person like last, which I am most interested in, Jamil Mirich, and which is most inspiring as well. As Merthan Hoja is also nodding, giving his nod. I mean, he is nobody. I think there is nobody who doesn't know Jamil Mirich. So, and then for me, while I was in Istanbul University, I got to know about him, and then his book. And this book, which he had envisioned of writing a whole a literature of whole world literature, which he had, as it says, that which he thought of starting with Iranian literature, but then he started with Indian literature, and he published this book called Hind Edebiyatı in 1964, which again got revised and published in 1976. And in the book I consulted is the one this cover, right side, which was compiled by his son Mahmoud Ali Merich. And so here the most interesting thing is that this Jamil Mirich Hoja, he has written about, as if if somebody doesn't know about India, he can know about Indian literature, all the literatures, like Punjabi literature, Bengali, Tamil, Kannada, Telugu, all North Indian, South Indian, East Indian, all the literatures. And he one gets amazed at how extensive his research was. And as I think he didn't come to India, he did all his research sitting there with, especially because he was a professor of French. So his sources are French and English mostly. So, but then the detailing, detailed information about Indian culture, Indian history, Indian literature is so extensive. Is this is another marvel of knowledge production. And then with these are two travelogues, two examples from the fiction, and one then the Jamil Mirich Hoja's this threshold, on the threshold of our doorstep of a new world with Dunya and there. So my interest is, which comes that if more research could be done, then something like this work, which is now on your screen, which is done by respected former Indian ambassador, Turkish ambassador to India, Burak Akçapar. He compiled these letters, which was written by Mukhtar Abbas Ansari to Maulana Muhammad Ali Johar, of whom you can see in the photos. So he had, I think, my purpose of this presentation is that, as given from these examples, if more research could be done, or what happened with these literary persons at that point of time, and how they went through about their research, I think much scholarly work can come out of it. As with an example is this book, which is written extensively by Mr. Burak Akçapar, and then in the annotation all the letters which were written from November 1912 to July 1913, all the letters which were actually published in the magazine, in the newspaper Comrade at that point of time, but it was compiled. And this is a very good example of what the research of these historical figures can provide us. So and thank you for all of your time. That is it.
Yes, Dr. Muhammed Mubashir Anjum, thank you very much. Yeah, you summarized perfectly. Actually, you are right. We have to make more research about Turkey and in Turkey and India, and literatures also. But I would like to mention that Jamil Mirich was, I think you know very well. He spent some time in India. He lives.
Okay, that is what I was suspicious about. That's why I thought, but I could not find any sources for that.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank
I'm
you
not
for
sure,
that.
maybe in Kırıkambar, I
Okay.
mentioned, I'm
Yeah.
not sure, but he spent some time.
Yeah.
But thank you very much. Very interesting information. Also, in Saatı Müstakim and Sevru Reşat journals, we have interesting, documents or articles about India, which was written by the Turks. Thank you very much. Anyway, we are very, we will be very happy to read your articles. I think it will be very, educating. Thank you so much.
For me also.
Yes, now the floor is Professor Cemil Kutlutürk from Ankara University. And his topic is the unfading bond between India and Turkey, sophistic, mystic interaction. Yes, Professor Kutlutürk.
Okay, thank you so much, dear President. Firstly, I would like to thank to APAM and CIVAD for their organizing such a valuable webinar. The respected scholars, listeners, ladies and gentlemen, my title is The Unfading Bond Between India and Turkey's Sophistic Interaction. In the historical process, commercial, political, and military relations have been observed between these two countries, as the previous speakers mentioned. However, for me, it should be stated that one of the most unfading bonds and energetic interaction between the Indian subcontinent and Turkey has taken place in the area of religion and culture, especially at the core of Sufism. In order to provide such a view, I would like to deal with two basic subjects. The first one is the text in which the influence of Sufism and Indian mysticism are felt, and the second one is the Sufi orders that impact on both sides. The works produced out the interaction between Indian mysticism and Islamic Sufism improved a number of growing bonds between India and Turkey. The manuscripts or translation of such kinds of works were conveyed to Anatolia thanks to traveling mystics and scholars. An important figure in this context was the scholar Abu Rayhan al-Biruni, who traveled to Indian subcontinent in the early 11th century to gain first-hand knowledge on the people of Bharat. After his investigation, he completed a famous book in Arabic titled Tahkikum al-Hind min Makuletin fil Aql al-Mardula. According to data obtained from the Tahqiq, it is understood that al-Biruni, before his masterpiece, translated Patanjali's Yoga Sutra, as you know, a text on Hindu mysticism, from Sanskrit into Arabic. A rare available version of this Arabic manuscript was found in the early 1920s in Istanbul under reference number 1589. This scheme for me reveals how far the mystical influence between two regions goes back to early times. Another important source regarding with Indian mysticism is Amrakund, which is a Sanskrit manual on Tantric Yoga. It is thought that the composer of this book was a Brahmin. He converted to Islam and translated it into Persian and Arabic in Bengal region. Through its Arabic translation, which is called as Hawdul Ma al-Haya, the pool of nectar, is circulated widely among Sufis in India and other parts of the world. This text popularized in some tariqas in Anatolia as well. The famous 17th century Turkish Sufi scholar Muhammad al-Musri, one of the most important figures among the Anatolian Khalvetis, mentioned that Amrakunda was an important source for the study of mystical practices. Likewise, more than 20 manuscripts of the Hawdul Ma al-Haya and its Ottoman translation have been located in various Turkish libraries. Based on our research, most of them erroneously attribute to Ibn Arabi. Even though exact reason is not certain, according to our research, an important factor for the misunderstanding is the lack of title page in most manuscripts. When we compared some nuskhas of the text in Paris with those in Istanbul, we found that many copies in Istanbul didn't include the initial foils in which the term of Amrakunda is clearly written in Arabic letters. Furthermore, we realized that most copies didn't contain the original Sanskrit expressions. Because of these deficiencies in the Arabic translation in Turkey, they wrongly attribute to Ibn Arabi. Some Arabic copies of the text found in the Turkish library are provided here, as you see. In the context of development of Indian and Turkish Sufistic relations in medieval and early modern period, the role of Sufi orders is very also crucial, since they have transferred their mystical thoughts and Sufi literature to Turkey through various channels and have taken deep root here thanks to eminent Sufi leaders and their efficient endeavors, such as training disciples, writing, translating celebrated sources, and inaugurating lodges in different centers during the Ottoman period. Among them, the Mujaddidiya movement has a unique position since the historical data disclosed that one of the most influential transnational Sufi networks on both sides has emanated out of this order. The Mujaddidiya movement, as you know, it is a sub-branch of the Naqshbandiya, founded by Indian Sufi leader Ahmed Farooq Sirhindi, who is usually known to Turkish people as Imam Rabbani. At the end of the 16th century, he emphasized the importance of the Sharia to pacify the spirit of non-Islamic practices and beliefs emerging from Hindu culture and to reduce the impact of Akbar's thought, namely Deen-i Ilahi, among the Muslim societies and Sufi cycles of India. Furthermore, he tried to remove the influence of Vedanta, a prevailing religious thought of Hindus based on the unity of God. Ahmed Sirhindi thereby broke away from earlier mystic traditions and propounded his theory of unity of the phenomenal world known as Wahdat-i Shuhud. After the death of Sirhindi, some great personalities have played a crucial role in the emergence of the Mujaddidiya order in Anatolian and Rumelian lands. One of them was Muhammad Murad al-Bukhari, known as the first Sufi who brought the Mujaddidiya order to Ottoman. In India, he met with the son of Imam Rabbani and became his faithful disciple. When Murad al-Bukhari completed his Sufi training, he passed to Hijaz and Turkey to spread his Sufi thoughts. He was lived for a long time in some most important parts of the Ottoman land. When he was in Istanbul, he settled in Sufi lodge in Eyüp, where he passed away in 1720. Through al-Bukhari's own works and the efforts fulfilled by his students like Lalilzade Abdulbaki, Abu Said Khatimi, and Ahmed Trabzoni, the tradition of this Sufi order gained significant momentum in Bombay, Bursa, Istanbul, and Bosnia lines. Another significant figure in the cycle of transmitting Mujaddidiya thoughts from Anatolia was Yektes Bukhari, who was ordained as a deputy by Sheikh Muhammad Masum. Thanks to his remarkable well-known disciples like Mehmed Emin Tokari and Muhammad Samarkandi, he succeeded to transfer mystical thoughts of Mujaddidiya to different parts of the Turkey. Among the Yektes chain, Mustaqimzade Süleyman Saadettin occupied a special place since he was one of the most efficient Sufis in the 18th century and the first person, as I know, who translated Ahmed Sirhindi's Sufi book Al-Maktubat into Ottoman Turkish in 1860. In addition to Mujaddidiya wave, another vital trace of the cultural, religious, and intellectual exchange between Turkey and India was the lodges that were opened by Indian Sufis in different districts of the Ottoman Empire. Among them, two lodges located in Istanbul, mostly known as Hindila, are quite striking as they were established in order to accommodate travelers arriving from the Indian subcontinent when they reached Turkey. The first one in the Aksaray region, which was one of the oldest educational centers of the Naqshbandiya in Istanbul, which was also named as Horhor because of the street on which it located. The second Indian Sufi lodge in Istanbul was founded by Sayyid Faidullah Hindi in 1738. Indian Lodge also stands as a strategic crossroads. It functioned as a bridge between Turkey and India in the context of Sufi life and religious culture, as well as being an important area for Ottoman Indian political relations. According to its political and diplomatic aspect, a prominent example is Muhammad Imam Sardar. His gravestone in Horhol Lodge states that he was known to his contemporaries as a military envoy in the service of Tipu Sultan. As far as I able to read, it is written that Huwa al-Khallaq al-Baki merhum mağfur Mehmet İmam Serdar Asker Elçi Tipu Sultan Hindi Ruhuna Fatiha means he is the creator, the eternal, the late observed Muhammad Imam Sardar, who is the military ambassador of the Tipu Sultan Hindi, cry for his soul. In addition to Sufi movement of Indian origin, some Anatolian Sufi leaders and their thoughts influenced the Indian society as well. Mevlana Jalaluddin Rumi and his outstanding work Mesnevi is one of the most significant samples in this context. From the Mesnevi, which was composed in the Anatolian city of Konya in the 13th century, it is understood that Mevlana benefited from the 5 stories of the Kelile Dimne in order to clarify his spiritual message and philosophical ideas. Kelile Dimne was originally a Sanskrit work called Panchatantra. This Sanskrit book was first translated into Middle Persian, Pahlavi, and from there Indo-Arabic by Ibn al-Muqaffa. The elements of love and spiritualism in Rumi's work made him popular in the world of mysticism, and as a result of this poetic composition have been translated into many languages. Rumi's Mesnevi has also been translated over the centuries into Urdu and other Indian languages. India has contributed to the largest number of manuscripts, commentaries, and printed editions of the Mesnevi. Rumi's influence didn't remain confined to only Muslim scholars, but reference to his poetry can be found in the some lines of Hindu mystics like Dadu Dayal, who was very close to Prince Dara Shukru, the empire of Babur dynasty and the writer of Majmul Bahrain. This multicultural impact of Mesnevi has continued until today. A recent work in this issue has been performed by Dr. Balram Shukla, a Sanskrit poet from Delhi University. He has selected 100 ghazals of Rumi and translated it into Hindi Devanagari under the title Nishab Nupur, Silent Anklet. I am not sure, but as far as I know, thanks to this book, Rumi's study has been translated directly from Persian into Hindi for the first time. Lastly, Sufism focuses on the self-consciousness, inner purification, religious tolerance, love for all without distinction of caste and creed. Therefore, this text reflects Sufism and Indian mysticism, the experience of Mujaddidiya order, and Rumi's embracing phrase have enabled the establishment of unfading bond between India and Turkey, which not only allowed both cultures to recognize each other more closely, but filled an essential gap in the context of political, social, and cultural relations between two sides. Lastly, hereby I would like to inform you that, dear ladies and gentlemen, and dear my colleague, I have just completed a book on Indian-Ottoman relations. It will be published in a few months, inshallah. It is about the Ottoman Sultan Princess Durrashehvar, the daughter of the last Caliph Abdul Majid, her contribution to Indian society, especially to Hyderabad, in the field of education, health, and women's rights. Thank you so much. Warm regards.
Yes, thank you very much, Professor Kutlu Türk. Yeah, we learned, I think, very much from you. Yes, our last speaker is Professor Gabiz Mohammed from Jamia Millia Islamia, New Delhi. And his topic is language and education relations between India and Turkey. Yes, Mr. Mohammed, please, the floor is yours.
Good evening to all of you. First of all, I would like to thank Sivad and Apam for this wonderful session. And also I would like to thank Dr. Maranas for giving me such an opportunity to read my research paper. As it is said that language, my research paper is language and education relation between India and Turkey, where I especially focus on common cultural and linguistic similarities between Turkish and Hindi-Urdu languages. I also focus the influence of Turkish language and culture on Indian civilization, as well as similarity between grammar and sentences in Turkish and Hindi-Urdu languages. As we know that if we look at the history, it seems the Indian relationship has a deep historical and cultural background. Both countries have been heavily influenced by each other through culture and languages throughout the history. The historical interaction that started with Saka, Kushan, Akhum, and later continued with Mahmud Ghaznavi and the Mughals, of course, and has passed until today. Architectural heritage like castles, palaces, mosques, tombs, and minarets, which are also built by Turks, are the most prominent aspect of Turkish influence and the result of cultural interaction. This interaction is also seen in the tradition, custom, and celebration of both countries. In addition to this, there is also interaction in the field of languages, on which I will focus. My totally focus will be on field of languages, because my field is teaching Turkish as a foreign language, and I will try my best to work on teaching Turkish, work on relation. Like linguistical relation, So today it is possible to talk about the existence of a language and culture based study area between both countries, India and Turkey. The presence of Turkish in Hindi-Urdu languages and the close relationship between two countries are the main factors behind this research. Undoubtedly, it provides a two-way interaction in language-based studies. So this is why I chose this topic. According to the research, the relations, as I mentioned earlier, that the relations of the Turks with India started very earlier, and it started from Saka, Kushan, Akhun, and Turkish Shahis, Turk Shahiler have first expanded their presence in India. Historically, the cultural exchange and interaction between the Turkic world and the Indian subcontinent can be traced back to the Middle Ages. But some historians claim that direct contact was established before the arrival of Islam in the 1st century BC. In support of this claim, the author of the well-known Sanskrit work, Rajnatarangi, identifies Emperor Kanishka and the ethnicity of his successor as a Turk. Some researchers also claim that the first interaction of Turkish in India was in 2nd or 3rd century. Okay, so after that, the Turks' incursions and interaction, settlement in India started with the expenditure of Ghaznavi Mahmud, and his entry domination of India is undoubtedly important in the history of India. But the real turning point in the history of India began with the second Turkish ruler, who is Sultan Muhammad Shahabuddin Muhammad Ghori, about 150 years after the Ghaznavid campaign. Before them, Arab also came to India. In these following periods, if we see the historical connection between Turkey and India, there was also connection between Ottoman Empire and the Indian rulers. Muhammad Shah and Mahmud Shah have established relation in those days. Turkish interest and influence in India were also continued during the Ottoman Empire. The activities of distinguished Ottoman sailors such as Piri Reis, Hadim Suleiman Pasha, Murad Reis, and Saidi Reis in the Indian Oceans are example of this relation. During the reign of Murad IV, and Mehmet IV, there was a strong diplomatic relations between the Ottomans and Babur. And this relation was continued until the middle of 18th century. In addition, the influence of Europeans started seen in Indian geography at the end of 15th or 16th century, and India was totally colonized by the British in 18th century. So after this, the Ottoman were also in contact with Muslim sultanates in South India until the end of 18th century. So Turkish domination in India started with Ghaznavi Mahmud until British invasion, and throughout this long period, the Turkish language and Turkish culture influenced India. It has increased the relationship between both countries throughout centuries and continue even after the British invention of India. The second topic is the influence of Turkish language and culture on Indian civilization. As we know that India is a land of many languages and cultures. Turkish language and culture are among them. Turkish elements present in Hindi, Urdu are the result of this Turkish Indian culture and language tradition. As it is known that the elite Turk widely used to speak Turkish language in their court in India, the importance given by the court to Turkish language is also proven by the documents and informations in the diplomacy of those days. As it is known that the official language of Turk Mughal Sultanate was Persian, but the elite Turks, they were also speaking Turkish with their colleagues, with their people. So Britishers have appointed William Hawkins as the second commander of the Navy and sent him to India at the beginning of 17th century. Hawking knew Turkish language. He knew Turkish language well and spoke with Jahangir, umpire of that time, without any interpretation. So Turks have made a great contribution to the social, political, and religious life, as well as administrative structure and administrative system of India. So the influence of this contribution is also reflected in Indian languages. So the main point where I will focus will be yes. Hello. Hello.
We are listening you.
Yeah. Hello. Shall I continue, sir?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
So similarity between grammar and sentences. Like there is a similarity between Turkish and Hindi Urdu languages in terms of grammar, sentence order, pronunciation, etc. See the sentence structure of both Turkish and Hindi Urdu in that subject comes first, then the object and the finally verb. Like example of Turkish, ben kitab okuyorum, ben kitab okuyorum, ben. Like in Hindi Urdu, we use na, ben, kitab, same kitab, because there are more than 9 to 10,000 common words between Hindi and Turkish, Hindi, Urdu and Turkish, and most of from Arabic or Persian root. So kitab is the same in Hindi, Urdu, especially in Urdu. We use pad, oku, the root of the word, oku, pad, and the suffix of present tense Turkish is raha, who is a personal pronoun. So you can see the structure of Hindi Urdu similar with Turkish. Like in Turkish we write ben kitab okuyorum, same system, same structure repeat in Hindi Urdu as well. So this is a major similarity between both language. And another similarity which is also shown here, in Turkish we don't have any grammatical gender, like we can use okuyor for Ali as well as for Fatma, but in Hindi Urdu we use suffixes especially according to the genders. So here Ali kitab okuyor, it means Ali is reading a book, but In Hindi Urdu, Ali kitab padh raha hai suffix is changed according to the gender of Hindi, and same in Urdu as well. So there is no grammatical gender in Turkish. There is no gender related changes in Turkish. Ali and Fatma are reading a book, but there is a conjugation in Hindi Urdu like raha hai for Ali, while it is used as a rahi hai for Fatma. The second similarity is seen in many syntax, like in adverb, verb, idiomatic expressions, suffixes, infinitive suffixes, and tenses. Like in Turkish, we use ethnic verb or olmak with a noun or a verb. Same in Hindi Urdu, like karna and hona. Telash ethnic. We use ethnic with noun telash ethnic. In Hindi Urdu, we use talash karna. Talash same in Hindi Urdu as it is in Turkish. Talash karna ethnic sense. Even like dahil olmak, same in Turkish, in Hindi Urdu, like dakhil hona. Dahil is same in Hindi Urdu, dakhil, and hona is olmak. So this is also a word similarity between both languages, as well as the ending, the suffixes of word between both languages. If we look at the example of suffixes in Hindi and Urdu, the infinitive suffixes is used the root of the verb as na, like oku mak ve gelmek. We use mak mek for making a word like oku mak gelmek. In Hindi, we use na, like padh na, ja na. So the root of the verb na, while in Turkish this suffix is used as a makmek according to the vowel harmony. When infinitive suffixes in two languages remove, the root verb is used as the imperative mood for the singular person, and its conjugation for the plural is similar in both languages. Like singular, yas, yas. Same in Turkish, Hindi, Urdu, lik. Okay, in plural, for in Turkish, like yazınız. Same in Hindi, Urdu, like likhiye. So there is a similarity between both verb suffixes. And the third one is like we have also some similarity in suffixes, like in Hindi or Sanskrit language. The word chitrakar or kalakar, in these there are some words with same suffix, gunahkar or gunahgar. So chitrakar, kar suffix is same as in Turkish as well as in Hindi Urdu. So gunahgar, we use gunahgar in Hindi Urdu. Okay, same in gunahgar in Turkish, like kar suffix basically from Persian, and also it is used in Sanskrit language. So gunahgar, gunahkar, parhezgar, Hindi Urdu, parhezgar, riyakar are used in Turkish. So the Persian suffix, it is also in Sanskrit. Kar is the same in both languages. The future tense suffix is used as a gage in old Anatolian Turkish, is also used as the same suffix in Hindi Urdu, like aega, jaega. In Oracle Turkish, like in Anatolian Turkish, the suffix of future tense was gage, same as it is in Hindi Urdu. So even the past tense suffixes is also very similar to the past tense verb suffix in Hindi Urdu, like gitti, geldi, yaptı, konuştu. That is also resembling in Hindi Urdu, gaya tha, aya tha, kara tha. So there is a slight similarity between both languages in past tense and future tense. Even in pronunciation of a word, like word pronounced as a khara, akıl, janavar in Turkish, we pronounce as a kala, akıl, akhir, janavar in Hindi Urdu. So there is also semantic and phonetic similarity between both languages. As far as noun suffixes are concerned, chi, a suffix used for denoting profession in Turkish is also used in Hindi Urdu. For example, those who imitate others are a taklitçi, imitators in Turkish, and it is used as a nakalci. Chi suffixes are used both in both languages in Hindi Urdu. Similarly, there are many suffixes like chi used in Hindi Urdu, such as aschi, we call them bawarchi, sanatchi, we call them tabalchi. So these chi suffixes, noun suffixes, are similar in both languages. Even similarity in idiomatic expression like yemek, Turkish. In Turkish, we use yemek verb with idiom like dayak yemek, sopa yemek, firşa yemek, başını yemek, gam yemek. Same yemek verb also used in Hindi Urdu like mar khana. Sopa, mar khana. Yemek. Daat khana. Ondan sonra dimag khana. Yani başını yemek, it means dimag khana. So there is also similarity in idiomatic expressions. So these all are the example of my research paper, and there are many similarity between both languages on which I'm working on. So overall, the main object of my research paper, the main aim of my research paper is to discuss or find the common cultural and linguistic similarity between in Turkish and Hindi Urdu, as well as historical interaction and effects of this interaction till today. So this will be main object of my research, and there is a wide history of Turkish language in India, whether it starts from Kushan Akun, even in Babur regime, Babur period. So Turkish was also spoken in that era. So Babur himself knows Turkish well. Even he was master in Arabic and Persian. He wrote, poetry in Turkish language. His biography in Çağatay to Turkish. So during the Mughal dynasty, it starts from Mahmud Ghaznavi, Babur, Qutbuddin Aibak. So start from Babur, Emperor Babur. If you go to Humayun, Kamran, and even Akbar, so Jahangir, Aurangzeb, they all know Turkish. Among them, some knows Turkish very well, some know few about Turkish. So there was a culture of Turkish in Turkish court, in spite of Persian was the main language of their governance. So I will also focus the existence of Turkish language during the reign of Turks in India. So this is all about my research paper on which I'm working on. Thank you so much for listening my presentations.
Thank you very much, Professor Mohammed.
Sorry, I would like to tell you I'm not a professor. I'm just a Dr. Fabiz Mohammed, assistant professor in Turkish language.
Yeah.
And my name is mistakenly written there, Fabiz Ahmed. It is Fabiz Mohammed, and I'm simply Dr. Fabiz Mohammed. Completed my master and PhD from India, from Turkey, like master from Çanakkale Smart University in the Department of Turkish, teaching as a foreign language, and PhD from Hacettepe University, same department. So
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I called you professor because you are teaching. That's why I called professor, not professor, doctor. But thank you very much. Also, I made my PhD at Hacettepe University. Thank you so much. Çok teşekkür ederiz. Your subject was very interesting. But actually, I think you know better than me. Our, linguistic, connections goes back to before the Turk era of India. Maybe we can say more than 3,000 years, because the Aryan, let me say, Indo-German, German-speaking population light to through Turkestan also. So we had many, I mean, before for example, Uyghurs convert to Islam, most of some Uyghur groups, let me say, or some Turk groups were Buddhists. So they translated many, I mean, texts from Sanskrit to Turk language. So we borrowed many things, and we also, I think, later Indians borrowed some words from the Turks, but especially the Quran translation between the lines is very interesting, I think, because from Buddhist to, I mean, Uyghur, and then from Sanskrit to Uyghur, and then using the same, I mean, route, they translate Quran into Turkic language, Turkish language. So they had many words from, I mean, your language, let me say. So your, I mean, presentation was very interesting and really amazing. Thank you so much. Yes, I think we did a very good job. Actually, I would like to thank all the participants, all the speakers, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very happy to be a part of this, I mean, panel. And we got our word from Hülya Hanım, and she said that I will support whatever you do on the, I mean, academic issues. So I would like to thank Ms. Gedik, also Tevfik Dönmez Bey, all the participants, all the professors. Thank you very much. So I think we should do this again, but this time face to face, not online. So I'm very happy to be a part of this organization again. I would like to thank Kemal Pasha, Professor Aftap Kemal Pasha, Ömer Bey, all the, I mean, speakers. Thank you very much. And inshallah, hope to see you in Turkey, inshallah.
And especially, I would like to use this opportunity to thank my all Indian friends also who have interestingly participated in this session, in this and on very short notice also many people have joined us, and the attention which has been paid by all Turkish scholars, academicians. I must thank you everyone for this contribution. I think that Center for India-West Asia Dialogue and the leadership of Professor Aftap Kemal Pasha is going to contribute a lot in creating a new momentum for this dialogue. And when this book comes in material form, and when we are going to publish it soon, I think that this is going to make a big contribution in our bilateral relations. So looking forward to seeing your chapters very soon in coming days. And we will have many more discussions. And I must congratulate and thank you, Professor Mathan, for your very successful management of the conference. I was so stress-free. We didn't have any kind of burden because you have taken all the responsibility. So thank you very much. Also from CWAT side, I should thank my friend and colleague Hamadur Rahman, who is taking care of our friends in India. So I thank him also on this occasion. So we will see each other soon, and I hope that we see each other physically in Turkey or in India very soon. Thank you very much. İyi akşamlar.
İnşallah. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Yalçın Kayalı, Ilgaz. Thank you very much. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Bye. Bye.
Çok teşekkürler tekrardan. Herkese çok teşekkür ediyoruz.
Biz teşekkür ederiz.
Teşekkürler hocam.
Biz teşekkür ederiz hocam. Çok sağ olun.
Bahar Hanım'a da çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Halik Hocam, tüm katılımcılara, Cemil Hocam, Ömer Hocam tekrardan. Aysun kardeşimize de çok teşekkür ediyoruz APAM'dan, Cemil Kutlutürk Hocamıza. Herkese bence iyi bir iş yaptık. Thank you very much again and have a good day. Bye bye.
Enjoy. Thank you.
Esen kalın.
Bye bye.